I'm Fly On Man. I'm going to be making a Super Mario Galaxy 120 Luigi tutorial today. Let me put my stream out so that people can watch this. Just a second. Alright, so I'm going to basically be making a tutorial for 120 Luigi. I'm not going to cover a lot of the any percent stuff, as this tutorial is kind of going to expect that you know a lot of any percent knowledge already. If you have like sub 250, you're probably going to be good enough. But maybe like sub 3 is probably good enough. If you don't have that, you may be a little bit confused on some of the stuff that I mentioned. But yeah. Couple things to note at the start. I'm playing on Japanese Virtual Console, which is the fastest version outside of 3D All-Stars. Also to note is that when you're playing levels, you want to collect as many star bits as you possibly can without being super slow, obviously. And on the left, thank you for the good luck, Eden. I have a timer so that you can easily find kind of the parts of the tutorial that you need to. I'm going to try to cover 1P and 2P stuff in this. So yeah, there'll be like kind of strats for everything. I'm not sure how long this is going to take. I have about 9 hours blocked off. But I might need more than that, because I'm going to try to be really extensive with this. This by itself should probably be able to, this will definitely be able to get you to sub 6 if you work through all of what I cover here, maybe even 545 or sub 540. But yeah, alright, so anyway, Gateway is just the same. Just don't throw out your star bits and you'll be fine. So when I finish, I'm just going to split. So that's Gateway. That's basically all I need to know. Also, I guess I should note, 120 Mario is pretty similar. You do have to do some strats a little bit differently. But, yeah, like, you can usually adapt the 120 Mario stuff. I'm not going to spend too much time on Mario stuff because I think a lot of people are here for Luigi. But Good Egg 1. Good Egg 1 is not much different. The one thing that I will note about Good Egg 1 is that if you're gonna use 2P, you want to get boulders from the Peanut Planet. And I'll show you what I mean by that. And you definitely want to try to get as many star bits as you can here. Gateway, I would recommend trying to get about 15. Good Egg 1, if you're using 2P, you want to get over 100. So you want to make sure you're getting all these. And then kind of, you can wave your pointer in the bushes here. That's like kind of a common theme, is that if you just wave your pointer in the bushes, star bits will kind of pop out. So then, you know, you just go down here. This is, you know, just basic any percent movement. And then right here, when you take this launch star, you want to use 2P to get the boulders that are going to come up over here. I think most 2P runners get these in any percent anyway, but I'm just going to add that. If you're playing 1P, you probably don't have to worry about this too much, but yeah. So that's good egg 1. You just keep going, like any percent. What's up, mid bro? Good egg 2 is really the same. Just try to, instead of tossing your star bits, just keep them. I'm gonna teach, like, so with any percent, there's no Battlerock obviously, and then there's also the pushback. So I'm gonna teach both. I'm gonna teach all of the stars that differ, just so that regardless of what route you use, you'll learn the stars that you don't know. I'll teach good egg 3. So good egg 3, at the start, you want to try to get as many star bits from the bottom as you can. Just kind of like normal good egg levels. So I got the star bits down here. If you're playing 1P, you generally want to get these rocks right here. So then you get these rocks, and then you like long jump over here, and then you can backflip up. You can also backflip 2P up. You can also get the rocks, and then do a triple jump like that. If you're 2P, you don't really need the rocks, but you can get them anyway. What I like to do is I just go up here, and then I start a triple jump around there, so that my double jump is on this white thing. Doesn't really matter too much. And then with this jump on this edge, it's a slope, but if you just keep holding forward, you'll pretty much make it up there. Alright, this planet is a little bit weird. So you want to go up here, kind of like right here in this area, you want to start a triple jump. So then, sometimes this coconut will just not be here for some reason. If that happens, you just kind of run down here and then run back. See, like, I ran there and back, and now it's gone. But if you go there and back, it'll show up again. So you want to make sure you're like kind of lined up this way, and then just spin it, and this guy will get hit. Right here in this launch star, if you're 2P, you can get these chomps that are here. 99 times out of 100, you'll lose time trying to get them, but you can get them. The only problem comes that like the camera will move, so it becomes kind of awkward if you want to get them. So I personally, like, you go for it, and then if you don't get it, it's whatever. But then you just take the Sling Star, and then you want to go kind of between down and down right for this planet, a little bit more towards down right, and then just go up here. And then right here, you definitely want to make sure you go for an insta-walk if you can get it. And then, okay, so bridge skip. I really don't recommend bridge skip. I have a 537 and I still don't do it. You can do it. It's not super hard, but you don't want to be like spending a ton of time resetting runs to this trick that really only saves like 2 seconds. But the way I like to do it is I just kind of go over here, and then I'll long jump forward, and then when I get around this area, I'll go up right, and then back up left, and spin. Sometimes it works, sometimes it just doesn't. I'll go for it again. It's a really annoying trick. I really don't recommend this trick. I'm like pretty bad at it, but you can go for it if you are really looking for a top time. It's just a really stupid trick. I'll try to get it. There, okay. So yeah, you really need to go around here, because there's kind of an invisible wall here that normally like blocks you off. So you need to like really curve like way out and get around it. But yeah, like again, I would not recommend going for this. It only saves a couple of seconds. I've only gotten it once in probably 5 attempts, so I don't know. It's just not worth it. IMO. So what I like to do is I just hit these guys. I run over here and then long jump forward, long jump again, turn around, backflip, backflip. I think you might be able to, Gar. Gar says, can't you just long jump straight for that spot instead of curving towards it? I haven't had success with that, so I don't do it. Alright, King Caliente. So you want to long jump down here because you want to try to get all 3 of these crystals. If you're playing 1P, at least this is basically what you want to do. So you want to get this crystal, and then he's going to shoot, and then right about here you want to stand and hit this. Yeah. Oh shit. So then you want to just keep making your way around the arena like this. And you should end up with about 70. And then right here is where the star would spawn. Okay, so I'll do the fight one more time just so you can see. And I'll also do the 2P. So, camera's different here, isn't it? I think it's this way. Okay, so with 2P, you can do a faster strat to hit the coconuts a little bit faster. You can do a very similar thing in Lava Reactor. So you come kind of around here, and then you want to hold this coconut here, and you want to wait for the next coconut. So you hold this, you keep holding it. What? Okay. I don't know how this trick works. I should have practiced this beforehand. Let me try this again. What's up, Hex? So you hold this coconut here, and then you have to wait. Dude, I'm not getting over here. What's up, Galaxy? The Zero Live, of course. Are there like any starbits? Tibbs said something more specific about this in the 2P server about you needing to like keep walking a certain way for him to shoot a second coconut. Okay, yeah, maybe I'll cover this back in another video because I didn't practice this. But you want to make sure that especially if you're doing this 1P, because I think probably 80 to 90% of the people are watching this for the 1P strat. You want to make sure that you get all 3 of the crystals because that gives you a good amount of starbits. And I already showed how to do that. So I'm just gonna exit level. And yeah, that's good at 3. Okay, let me see if I can get more lives. So just for anybody in chat, I probably won't respond to your message if it's not directly related to something I'm explaining, but yeah. Okay, so Honeyhive 1, it's very similar to any percent, but a couple things that just about starbits. I'm not gonna go over Honeyhive 1 skip, obviously. You definitely do not need it if you're starting out. Like if you have like a 7-hour time or you're just looking to get into the category, you definitely don't need Honeyhive 1 skip. You do actually in fact get a lot of starbits if you don't do Honeyhive 1 skip, but you can also get a lot of starbits this way. So you want to get all of these starbits. This is just kind of basic any percent stuff. You want to get this M as you're long jumping this way up the slope. You also want to get this stump. This stump yields a lot of starbits. So you get all of these. And then you kind of would go up this way. And just get over here. Grab this stump also. Usually 1P runners will grab this. I think as 2P runners we're in the process of trying to obsolete this stump. But yeah, and then you would just go up here, you know, with your any percent knowledge, you would get up here. And then the other thing is right here, if you turn the camera this way, you can get more starbits from this stump. So you can get all of those starbits. And I'm like at 112 starbits, so like you're really making a lot of starbits off of those 2 stumps. And that's really going to be helpful because we need a lot of starbits for Sling Pod later. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else I really need to cover with Honeyhive 1. You also turn the camera before the second stump to get a couple. Yeah. You can get some like from this grass patch. Like there are a couple grass patches down there. There's like, you can get like 2 or 3 from here. But yeah, normal Honeyhive 1 is basically exactly how you'd play it in a casual playthrough, so I'm not going to go over that too much, and also you would probably be able to get that from an any percent run. So, yeah. Okay. Honeyhive 2, I am going to recommend that if you're like probably 6'10" or so, if you're not under that range, instead of going for a trick called Tower Climb, I would recommend that you do what's known as, or what at least I call Tower Skip. And I'll show you what that means, because you will get a lot of extra starbits, and it's also significantly easier. So you get all these starbits flying in, and you still want to get this M. And you can also get the ones up here if you're 2P. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. If you're, I'd say probably sub 610 or sub 6 maybe, you should do tower climb just like you would in an any percent run. But if you're not at that skill level, and even I would recommend this to some any percent runners. I didn't start doing this until I didn't start doing tower climb until I had sub 230. But tower skip, you want to get up here like you normally would, and then you want to take the launch star. So the thing about this is that because you're taking this launch star, you get so many extra star bits, and we need these star bits. So you get star bits here. And you take the sling star. And then what you want to do is you want to walk down left from here until there's this line right here. You want to be a little bit to the left of this line. And then you want to turn around and backflip, spin, wall jump, and then wait for a good bit and then spin. So right here, I don't know if I can go first. Okay. Right here, this part you can wall jump off of, and I just grabbed all the star bits, but you can wall jump off of right here. If you're on the line, you end up like right here, and you can't wall jump here. So you want to go a little bit to the left of this line. Not too much. Doesn't matter too much. Backflip, spin. Oh, whoops. So I think you don't want to spin. Let me try that again. So you can see here I have like 74 star bits, whereas if you didn't do tower skip, okay. I thought that was the case, but I wasn't entirely sure. What's up, Pseudo? So, yeah, so you don't want to spin. So you want to, again, a little bit to the left of this line, backflip. And then wait. And then spin, like once you've fallen for a good little bit. And then you want to try to land on this guy. Sometimes it'll work out, sometimes it won't. And then just, you know, continue the fight as normal. So yeah, like you can see I have 84 star bits, and if you just did tower climb normally, I think you end up with about 55 maybe. Gar can correct me if I'm wrong, but this will net you a good 30 star bits, and it probably only loses 5 seconds or so, and the backflip to get up for tower climb is pretty finicky. So I would recommend, if you're just starting out, do that, because you don't want terrorists to be kind of reset hell just before 50, before the second phase. Okay. Gotcha. Alright, Honeyhive 3. Really not all that different. The one thing I'd say is that I wouldn't recommend going for the fast hit on the third phase of Bugaboom, just because you can net so many more star bits if you just go into first person. And look, the other thing is here, if you're 2P, you want to get these sets of boulders. And you'll have about 33. You can also, as you're long jumping here, some people will like turn the camera in a really weird way, so that you can like get this M. I personally don't do it myself, but it's something that you can do. I think that Sam does it. And then this is just normal. I'll show you what I mean about the Bugaboom stuff. Okay, so the first phase is just normal. I'm gonna try to get those two on the stump there. So then right here, what I like to do is I like to turn around, go into first person, and just grab all these. And then I just do the normal strat here. And there you go. You'll usually net about 60 star bits from this level. Doing the fast hit, like, obviously it saves time, but you're also losing out on a good bit of star bits, depending on how well you can actually collect them. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Honeyhive 3. Okay, Loopdeeloop, basically the same, just remember that with 2P you want to be collecting star bits throughout the race. So with 1P you'll get about 12, unless you're doing double death warp, in which case you'll get like 24, but I wouldn't really recommend doing that, because it only saves like less than 10, I think. So just, if you're 2P, try to grab star bits there. This is exactly the same as any percent. You can go for dupes if you want. I don't like to go for dupes. Yeah. Exiting terrace, you definitely want to have, if you're 1P, probably close. You probably want to be over 400. You're probably not going to be up over 500, but you want to be at least over 400. If you're 2P, you probably want to be somewhere around 550, I think. Maybe a little bit less. Okay, Space Junk 1 is the same, just don't shoot away your star bits. A lot of this is going to be relatively short, but I'm gonna try to spend a lot more time on like the garden stars and stuff. Space Junk 1 is the same. Space Junk 2, yeah, 1P runners will generally get these star bits under the ship, and I'll show you where those are. So again, before the run, just like any percent, you do want to set this up, as well as Deep Dark Camella cycles, and I have a video explaining that, and also Gar has a graphic in the SMG server that explains how to set up. There is an any percent tutorial. There's a couple of old any percent tutorials. There's also the any percent document that is linked in the SMG server, and there are also a couple tutorials on Spooner.com. But yeah, so right here you just want to do this like any percent. Yeah, the graphic is only for Deep Dark, but if you know any percent and you know how to set up Camella, it's just the same. So right here, you can go kind of under this, you can go in this little thing. A lot of 1P runners will collect these star bits down here. You don't have to get all of them, obviously, but you do want to get some of them. 2P can skip that. I usually don't do that in my runs. And then from here you just do the fight like normal, try to get as many star bits as you can. I think that's pretty much it for Space Junk 2. Can't think of anything else. Alright, Space Junk 3. Okay, so if you're doing Space Junk 3 as 2P, we have to feed the Luma in either this level or Space Junk S to obviously unlock that star. If you're doing 2P, you want to feed it in 3, just because it's a little bit faster. And you can also get a trick that I'll explain in a little bit to skip a star bit crystal. If you're doing it 1P, you can do it in S, or you can do it in 3. I think a lot of 1P runners choose to do it in S. It's just personal preference, I think. But the idea here is that I'll just explain kind of getting all the star bits right now, and then in Space Junk S you can just kind of refer back. You want to get 50 star bits, which is what you need for the Luma, but you want to get it without going into that. There's this, you know, in the middle of the level, there's that kind of spherical thing right there that has a bunch of star bits in it, but you want to get 50. My screen froze. Okay, never mind. Okay, so you want to get 50 without going into that thing. And what you need to do is you need to... okay, actually I'm going to restart the level because you have to, you kind of need to get star bits on the fly in. And I'll kind of show you what that means. So again, I know some any percent runners do this star in any percent, but I'm just going to teach it anyway, just so that whether you're no Battlerock or you are Pushback 2.1, you have everything covered. You want to get these, you want to try to get these on these 3 sphere planets, and then you want to come up here, and then you want to kill all 3 of these spiders and break open the crystals. The important thing here is that you want to spin the spiders as opposed to jumping on top of them, because jumping on top of them just gives you a coin, and we don't need any coins. So you want to just kill all these guys. If you take damage, it's not a big deal. And then you want to stand right here on this line, kind of. You can even be on this next thing. You want to go into first person. Look up at the rocket ship, grab any star bits, look this way, grab these star bits, and then look back, and there will be more star bits. Sometimes you'll get to 50, as I did here. Sometimes you won't. The idea with doing it in Space Junk 3 is that if you get to 50, you can skip this crystal. There's this one crystal here that you can skip if you get to 50, but it's not really super viable to get to 50 when you do it in Space Junk S. So that's why we do it in Space Junk 3 for the potential time save. You want to go over here and then feed the Luma. And then as the cutscene's ending, there is a video, there are pretty old video tutorials that you can look at. IEZ, but they're a little bit outdated, but there are also, like, there's not a great updated one that's with like video and talking. There are like just kind of ILs and stuff that you can watch. But anyway, so you feed the Luma, and then at this point the routes will converge whether you're feeding or not feeding. And then right here you want to do this skip to skip going in here. What I like to do is there's kind of this point where all of these lines kind of converge on. I don't know if you can see it. It's kind of right where this launch star is. You want to be around here, and you just want to hold, you just want to press Z and shake, and you'll be able to clip right into where the launch star is. Like, just like that. And if you just hit Z and shake enough times, it'll eventually work. It's not super precise. So that will save you a good bit of roaming around on the inside there. Right here, you just keep long jumping. You do want to skip. You do want to skip this toad. Also, right there, I should mention there's a star bit like right there that I just collected. That's really like 11 or 12 star bits. So you want to make sure you get that. This toad will give you a cutscene if you get within range of it, and you want to make sure you don't grab it, otherwise you'll stop moving. So if you get like close enough, like basically where my 1P cursor is pointing, right here is the cutscene trigger. So what you want to do is you want to long jump kind of a little bit before that, so that you don't hit the cutscene trigger. Like I'll show you, if I go too close, I get text, and obviously I don't want that. So I want to long jump like right here, and then spin, nunchuck, hold A, and then you'll get here. So that's just completely, we'll skip the text box. There's also a 2P strat here that I think you can do. I'm not exactly sure how it works. It doesn't save too much time though. I personally don't do it in runs. I just remember that Jay and Silo were messing around with it. There's something you can do here. If I could actually get a 2P jump, it might be helpful. And whatever. Okay, anyway. And then you would just shoot this way. You can get, some people will get this spider by shooting it with a starbit and then running into it. And then you just go into the fight. So with this fight, you want to hit his face and then kind of run around to the back. And then just kind of kill him like this. You want to use this toad to hit one of the little bulges. This fight can be kind of tricky, but it's not too bad once you get the hang of it. You'll get better with this fight as time goes on. You just play more. So that's Space Chunk 3. Not super complicated star. And then you'd obviously just shoot to the star. Alright, yeah. So that's basically it for that level. Alright, Sling Pod. I guess I should mention, if you definitely want to make sure that you have enough for Sling Pod. I'm not entirely sure what the backup is if you don't have enough, but I don't think, like, you can obviously still beat the game, but the route is going to be a little bit scuffed. And by a little bit, I mean like very, very scuffed. So you want to make sure that you have, like, if you don't have, probably you'll get about 60 in Space Chunk 3. So if you don't have, I'd say probably 350 or 360 going into Space Chunk 3, then maybe what you need to do is go inside the planet with that launch star and try to get starbits there. And definitely, if you only have that many, don't feed the Luma in Space Chunk 3. But yeah. Alright, let's move to Sling Pod. Okay, so Sling Pod, if you're doing your first run of this game, I would recommend that you grind to 999 here. Once you do more runs, you can start cutting out more starbits. Optimally, a 2P runner won't have to grind here at all. But if you're doing your first run, and especially if you're 1P, I would recommend, if you're starting out, to grind to 999, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay. So here again, get these starbits as you're flying in. Okay, so make sure that you land on the Sling Pod. Landing on this Sling Pod is the checkpoint. So if you don't land on the Sling Pod, you won't have the checkpoint, and you'll need to, if you die, you will start over again. So let's say that you accidentally miss it, you can still grab the pull star and then pull yourself back. But you really need to make sure that you land on this Sling Pod. Otherwise, when you die to farm, you're gonna start from the beginning, and you're gonna be like, what? I don't understand. So on this first one, what I like to do is I just shoot out here, because I've already collected all the starbits from, you know, back there, you know, where my cursor is. So I just shoot this way. But on all of your other farms, what you're gonna do is you're gonna shoot down towards that red arrow, and then just try to collect as many starbits as you can. I'll show that a couple times. I'll show it just with 1P. So something like that. And then you're just gonna keep going, keep doing this until you get to 999, or however many you feel that you need to farm. Again, would recommend going to 999. If you get hit, like, it doesn't matter too much. So yeah, I'll show that one more time. Get 2P. But yeah, that's basically how you're gonna farm for starbits in Sling Pod. Once you're done, you should be, you know, however many you need. You can usually stop probably around 900 or so, because you'll get enough, or maybe 920 or so, because you'll get enough from going to the end. Another thing you can do if you're 2P and you don't have enough for Sweet, you can get this question mark coin. I guess I should mention, if you're running 2P, you need to make sure, if you're running 2P and you want to cut farming, you need to make sure that you have enough for Sweet. So coming out of Sling Pod, you know, you'll probably have, as 2P, you'll probably have about 650, somewhere between 630 and 700. You need to make sure that you have enough for Sweet. Otherwise, your route's going to be fucked up. So just make sure, so don't, like, you know, do the math and make sure you know how many you need. And then just grab the star, you know, like the normal person would. Okay. Sweet is literally exactly the same. You'll be here probably at the front of the observatory, because Rosalina tells you about comets. You just long jump over here and then do Sweet like you would in an any percent run. Alright, Battlerock 1. This is literally the same. I guess the only thing I should mention is that if you go for Battlerock out of bounds, which you really shouldn't go for unless you know, are going for, you're like on record level. If you're going for Battlerock out of bounds, you're going to lose out on a fair amount of starbits. So that's basically all I have to say there. Space Chunk's secret. So again, this is the level that we did we unlocked the Luma for earlier. If you're playing 1P, you may or may not be unlocking the Luma in this level. So again, you'd skip the cutscenes here, and the reason why we like to do it in Space Junk 3 is because these star bits that are still falling in after you've skipped the cutscenes are already there if you watch the cutscenes. So Space Junk S, you just kind of go. And what I like to do when I'm on here is I like to walk kind of up to where my cursor is, so that the two Goombas that are on top of the eyes will kind of be lured down. Kind of like this. And then you can go for combos and shit, but it doesn't matter too much. And then you just kind of go where the Goombas are. There's no like real strats for this. Yes, the tutorial is ahead of my PB, I believe. Yes, I think it is, yeah. What's up, Joe? Okay. Yeah, so that's it, and then the star just spawns right there. Yes, you slide on that, so you can't mind everyone on that. But yeah, it's Space Junk S. Space Junk Comet is just the same as Space Junk 1, which is the same as any percent. So I'm gonna skip that. Alright, Battlerock 2. This one has some 2P that you can do. So there's some 2P stuff that you can do here. Because there are sets of chomps that you will get with 2P. You want to make sure you're getting these star bits here, so that'll give you 16. And if you miss them, what you can do is after you've thrown this bomb, you can go under, go in first person. Oh, whoops, I turned around. And just get them like this. And then go back into the launch star. So obviously, you just, like if you're 2P, you just hold these chomps down until they run into each other, similar to Good Egg. I'm gonna show off the 1P strat though. What you want to do is you want to go over here where this bomb is, and if you're 2P, you're gonna do this anyway, or you're gonna go over here anyway. But you want to grab this bomb and you want to throw it at this chomp, and not take damage like that. And then you want to grab this bomb again and throw it at the chomp again. And then you'll have 30 for the Hungry Luma. And then you want to grab the bomb again and then break open this cage. And then you'd go over here and feed the Luma. And yeah. And then you come back. Okay, so when you're talking to this Luma, you want to be pretty far away from it. So like right here is pretty good. And I'll show you why. So when this Luma is transforming, what you want to do is you want to go into first person and look at the launch star. Because if you don't, basically the sling star that's about to show up will shoot you through and above the launch star. And there are 3 coins up there, and obviously you don't want those 3 coins. And even if they weren't there, it would be a little bit slower to do that. So you're gonna go into first person, and go there for maybe a second and a half or so, and then cancel out, and then go in the sling star, and it'll let you immediately take the launch star. So that's a small optimization that you can do. So then, okay, right here, what I like to do is I like to point at this second pull star. You want to hold up right, or up left, sorry. Hold up left. Point at the second pull star. I like to do the D-pad cancel with my thumb, and then I press A using the middle finger of my opposite hand, and that'll let me instantly grab the pole star like that, and that'll again save you about a second or so. So then you just get here and then you pull this way. You can go through the mines kind of at the bottom. It's a little bit riskier. You can get as many of these as you can. So then just line jump into this pipe. Alright, this room. When you're in this room, this that crystal moves on a cycle, and it only moves when you're looking at it. So what you want to do is you want to throw the bomb to open the cage, but then you want to go back and look at the crystal. So you want to get on this thing, and you want to go into first person mode. And what I like to do is I like to wait until the crystal is probably about a quarter of the way going back towards the middle, I guess. You can also just let it wait until it's on the side and about to bounce back. And that's usually a little bit easier because you have a little bit more time to line it up. So I like to go about there, and then I go around here, and then I'm going to get into the cannon, and I have to pretty quickly line up. You usually hold your cursor about where the entrance to the cannon is, and then you'll shoot out and hopefully get both crystal bricks at the same time. Like that. And this last planet, D-pad cancel. I like to jump over this thing. You can run around it. So just go kind of up here, and then you want to go around the other side, and then go into first person, look at the things until the bomb blows up, and it'll automatically cancel it. And then you have a perfect shot for the star if you just aim right where the cannon is, or you just hold your cursor there. So I'm going to show that again because I kind of went over all of that pretty fast. So I'll try to get a good IL with kind of all of the optimizations that I mentioned there. The thing about Battlerock 2 is it's basically a glorified auto-scroller with just a lot of very small, like 2-second time saves. And I'll also show off how to do the chomps with 2P, just because I didn't really cover that too well, because I showed the 1P method, but yeah. So again, I'm going to get these 16 star bits here. And again, if I miss, I can go back down and just get them. I don't think I got the install up there. So I hold the 2P cursor kind of out here. That guy blows up. That guy blows up. That guy blows up. So I throw the bomb there, and then I go back over here, feed this guy. I'll come back, stand pretty far away, talk to him, go into first person, look up, and do that. So then again here, I'm using my opposite hand, and I missed it there, but that's okay. If you get that, that's fine, because it still cancels the landing. I'm gonna ban somebody in my chat really quick. I don't know who this is. And then my cycle's a little bit fucked up here because, you know, some rando was in my chat, but we're gonna make do. And then You can read the messages if you want, Hex. I just don't really care to respond to it while I'm trying to make a tutorial. Thank you for the good luck, Jane. So then again here, we're just coming up here. Go around the back, first person. If you don't get this, this is not a huge deal. It just makes the ending a little bit easier. Aim here. How do you do Honeyhive Galaxy skip? Well, unfortunately, for anyone that's actually wondering, that I won't be covering any percent stars in this tutorial, so yeah, sorry. So yeah, that's Battlerock 2. Alright, Battlerock 3. What you're gonna do here, this one is a little bit more complicated, but it's not too bad. This beginning part can be a little bit weird. What I like to do is I will just do grounded 2P jumps here. You can long jump if you're 1P. You can also do something like this and get there. It's pretty weird. 1P usually will do something like this, and then you want to grab these and then try to wrap around and get into this sling star. Okay, so once you're here, you can just wait on this planet because it'll move towards the launch star, and that's perfectly fine. You can also do a triple jump to try to skip it. So once you land, you want to jump backwards and kind of down right, and then you want to do a triple jump. So sometimes you can get fucked if you don't know the spacing exactly. I'll show it again. But if the spacing gets screwed up, you can just do like a long jump or a backflip or something. And then take the launch star. Right here on this planet, you can go for the snipe just by shooting the top man guy, or you can not go for it. Doesn't really make a huge difference either way. The snipe is a little bit riskier because you can miss, or he can just bounce off and go in a completely different direction. You also want to crouch under those lasers, and you want to try to get the insta-walk there. Right there, you want to optimally you'll do a spin cancel into the box, and I like to do that by nunchuck spinning and jumping with A. So you do something like this, and I'll show it again on this box here. Whoops. So something like that. I just find it a little bit easier to do it with a nunchuck. You can do it with the Wii remote, it'll work perfectly fine. I just find it a little bit easier to do with a nunchuck. So yeah. And then in here, what you want to do, you want to walk up to this thing and hit it. You can backflip around it. I think it's a little bit slower. Like at most it'd save like a couple frames. I'm not really sure. So then you get here, and then almost immediately you ground pound down, and you want to, like, as soon as you have enough speed to get a triple jump, you want to start a triple jump. And then just wall kick, ground pound all the way down up here, and this will skip a good portion of the level. And then you just kind of long jump across here, try not to get killed. And then right here, when you're walking onto this platform, you want to start a triple jump. Ground pound down, and go into this pipe. Once you're here, I like to just do a triple jump. So you kind of start where that line is, and then you want a nunchuck spin and get in there. I don't exactly know how to skip the coins. I skipped the coin there, going into the Sling Star, I think. It's not a huge deal, obviously. But you want to then go here. And then right here, there's going to be two top men. There's one on the left, one on the right. You can, optimally, you want to shoot one into the laser and then go spin the other one. So I personally like to shoot the left one and then spin the right one. But it's personal preference. So you're going to ground pound down and then just aim kind of around this area where my 1P cursor is and just start shooting star bits. What's up, Neil? So right there I hit him, and then I'm walking over to this guy and I'm gonna hit him, long jump, and then homing ground pound. You can go for a frame perfect ground pound, but you know, it's frame perfect obviously. And the reason you do that is because you will fall faster to this this launch star. Okay, so now this fight, to get into this fight, you can long jump up and then just keep going. The other thing you can do that saves like maybe 0.4 is you can long jump upright like this, turn around backflip, and that's a little bit faster. And you know, if I kept holding up there, I would have made it into the fight, but I'm just gonna show both methods. So you kind of have to like go upright a little bit so you don't hit this thing, and then just jump into the fight. This fight is like kind of annoying because you can get kind of trolled. Some people like to shoot the things with starbits. I personally am not a huge fan of it, but you just kind of make do. This shit's like just really annoying. And then you want to long jump towards the star, which is in the center of the arena. Okay, so I'll do that one more time, just so that you're kind of in full motion. Also worth noting, you know, you probably already know this from when you're doing any percent, but when you're practicing, you want to make sure you're not skipping cutscenes, because obviously it will throw off some of your cycles since things only move in this game when they're on screen. So I'll do this part 1P. So and again, jump back. With those jumps, I was usually just tapping A. I wasn't like holding it at all. Sometimes you don't even need to wall jump there. Shit. That's fine. probably do want to wait a little bit there just to make sure that you land in the launch star, because that landing animation from the homing ground pound is really slow. Sure. This fight is just really annoying. We have to do it 4 more or 3 more times after this. Alright, Battlerock Secret. This one is kind of hard for beginners to get down, or at least the fast strat is pretty difficult. You can try to learn the fast strat. I personally, I don't think it's super hard, but people can definitely struggle with it. So you're gonna go back to Battlerock 2 because that's the start that the secret's in. Skip the cutscenes, obviously. So grab the bomb, go over here, and then again, you want to go back down here and get the star bits that you missed. And you will definitely miss some because you're skipping the cutscenes. And then if you have 2P, you want to get these, and you'll likely end up with around 69, 70 star bits for this level. Right there, you got 70. Okay, so so I'll just show. I'm going to show the slow version first. Basically, the trick here is that there are these yellow dots that you see. You just want to throw 1 bomb at all of them, and you'll take 5 bombs, and it's pretty easy. So if you're going to do the slow strat, grab this bomb, and then light this bomb. The thing about the bombs is that when you run into another bomb while you have one in your hand, it will light it and start the timer. So that will save us time. So I want to take this first bomb and throw it towards the back. So I'm going to do that. Take this bomb, throw it right there. So that'll give you about 5 seconds left on the timer. You kind of just screw around here. 4 seconds. Yeah. So that strat, you know, it'll get the job done. It's good enough. But there are faster strats that can get you 16 or sometimes even 17 left on the clock. And I will show you those right now. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna grab this bomb that's on the left, and we're just gonna throw it like a little bit upright of where the light is, so kind of right where my 1P cursor is. Okay, so that's a pretty good spot. Basically, when you grab it, you can just hold up and throw it. We're going to grab this bomb that's right here. It's covered by the reset button, but the bomb is right there. We're going to light the other 2 bombs. Okay. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to walk straight up and we're going to throw it basically right there. So down left of where this light is. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to grab the 3rd bomb, hold upright, and throw it. And now we're going to grab the 4th bomb and throw it at this light where my 1P cursor is. So I'll go through that again because it was probably a little bit difficult to follow, but yeah, this strat, like, it'll take you a little bit to get used to it, but it's a solid 10 seconds, and I was going a little bit slow there just to explain. So you can get 15, 16, maybe even 17 if you are really fast with it. Sometimes you have to wait there so that you don't get hit by that bomb, and that's 15. So hopefully that makes sense. Again, like that, it'll take a little bit to get used to, but that fight isn't super hard to do, or fight, but you know, the garbage dump thing. But yeah, if you just watch that enough times, you should be able to pick that up pretty easily. Okay, Battlerock Comet is just the same as Battlerock 3, so I'm going to skip that. Hurry Scurry is basically the same as you would in any percent, so I'm going to skip that. Bowser 1 is also the same, just make sure you're collecting star bits, so I'm going to skip that. Beach Bowl 1, Beach Bowl 1's like really the same, I think. Like, I don't think there are any other star bits that you can reasonably collect that are going to save you a ton of time. Oops. I'm trying to think if there are even like I guess I'll mention the ones underneath the thing where Beach Bowl 2 is. So, okay. What's up, Castle? So you get these. I don't really know where those ones that were flying in come from, but I think they were from under there. So you should get about 22, and then you just do Beach Bowl 1 like you normally would in 80%. Ghostly 1 is literally exactly the same. Ghostly 2, alright. So Ghostly 2 is not in the Pushback 2.1 route, but it's a really simple star. I'll show you kind of, just do a quick run through of it. A good time to get on this race is about 41. So one thing here is that you probably know this from 80%, but if you jump and spin, you can just get to that launch star a little bit faster. Doesn't work as Mario, but you can do it. You don't want the rainbow star. The rainbow star is slower for this level. Don't get hit there. Get these star bits here. So you can like go around this way. It's kind of hard to do, where you have to grab that pole star that's over there. Around this bone area, you want to like get close to these pole stars so you don't get kind of screwed up by the bones, and then you want to take the sling star. That'll save you a good bit of time. Grab this pole star here. And then once you're about there, you can just go dismount. Pretty easy start, honestly. It's just a little bit slow, so it's not in pushback 2.1. Ghostly 3. Okay, this is definitely one of the most annoying levels in 120. This is probably the first level that I'm really gonna have to spend maybe 15 or 20 minutes explaining. Basically, there are 2 skips here. You've got the skip to get to the first launch star, and you also have the skip to, you also have Starship skip. So it's really important here that you practice this level while you're, or you watch the cutscenes while you practice this level, especially if you're doing Starship skip. So this is like a pretty hard level, and you're not going to be used to this if you're just coming from any percent. First thing to note is that don't go for frame perfect jump here because you get to walk instantly. So that platform in the distance, that like rotating ball thing that like has holes in it, is on a cycle and it's moving the entire time we're doing this level, and or when it's on screen. So we need to make sure we're going pretty fast. I'm just gonna say that if you're not sub 6, I wouldn't recommend going for either of these tricks, and if you're not sub 550, I wouldn't recommend going for Starship skip. But if you're sub 550, I would recommend learning it. So yeah, what we're gonna do is, I think even if you're, well, okay, so if you're not going for either of these tricks, I don't think you can grab the Rainbow Star because the Rainbow Star will kill the Bamboo. I'm pretty sure. I'm actually, let me just make sure. Yeah. Okay, so like even if you just don't grab the Rainbow Star. Okay, so anyway, if you're not sub 6, I would just run into that little castle and then grab the Bamboo, take it around to the statue, blow up the statue, and just take the launch star. Like, it'll lose you maybe 10 seconds to any bone jump or the Rainbow Star jump that I'll show. But yeah, if you're doing this level and you're not sub 6, just do it pretty much casual. Like, there's not too much here. So, but I'm gonna show off the Rainbow Star jump that I personally prefer. I know Hardcore also does it, but I know that CK does the bone jump. I don't exactly know what other people do, but I'll show this off first because this is what I prefer, and then I'll show off bone jump. So you want to jump over this coin, just, you know, to save time because coins. And then when you get onto this decline, what you're gonna do is you're gonna switch from up to up left. You're gonna jump, and then when you get close to the wall, you're gonna spin, and then you're gonna slide down the wall while holding left. Or while holding up left, I think, so that you go closer to the side, and then when you're close to the side and kind of near the bottom, you're gonna wall jump, and then you're gonna spin, and you're gonna land kind of on the little crack, or a small area that's on the side. So I missed it. I'm gonna do that again. I'll show this a couple times and then I'll go back in and have the cutscenes manipped. So you want to up left jump, spin, slide a little bit, wall jump, spin, and then you'll land a little right here, and then you just long jump to the launch star. The thing about this area is that What's up, Volantis? How you doing? The thing about this area is that the camera turns really weird. So, like it'll matter more when you're doing bone jump, but the camera can be really finicky. So, up left, jump, spin, slide down, wall jump, spin, and then land over here. It's really important that you slide down a little bit, otherwise you won't be far enough to the left to make it. The other thing is that you need to, I think you need to wait a little bit between when you turn up to up left. Otherwise, I'll show you what happens. You'll do this, and if you do that, you want to try to get back and then just do the boo room, or you can go for bone jump. But there's no like alternative, at least not that I know of like being able to long jump here. Yeah, maybe. No, I doubt it. Okay. Anyway, I'll do that one more time just to show it off one more time, and then I'll try to explain bone jump as best as I can. I don't do this trick in runs, so probably not the best at explaining it, but yeah, that's what you're gonna do for the rainbow star jump. And I personally prefer that one, but if you're playing Mario, or you just prefer bone jump, you're gonna learn this strat, because the rainbow jump isn't possible as Mario. So sometimes Mario players will just like go here, turn left, and just single jump, and you'll land on the bone. But it's like kind of weird, and I don't know. I don't like single jumping. I know a lot of people will backflip. Like, I think CK backflips when he does this. I'm not entirely sure though. So you just turn right, backflip. So now you're on the bone, and now you need to long jump over there. The problem is that the camera will like start doing really weird shit when you get into this area. Like, I'll show you. If I just long jump here, the camera will just like start flipping. So you can do something like that, and that works. But sometimes the camera will just be really annoying, and it can just be a pain. So you go here, turn, backflip, spin, and then you're gonna long jump. Wall kicking off of that wall usually makes it pretty consistent. But yeah, I'm gonna show the rest, and then when I get to the starship skip part, I will re-enter. So again, you want to try to collect those star bits there. Make sure you don't. Ideally, you don't want to stun this guy with 2P. Like, try not to, because otherwise he'll be in his way. He'll be in your way. If you don't stun him, or if you're just 1P, he will jump, and then you can just go under him. And when you spin to get up here, he'll die, and you can just grab the star bits. But it's not a huge deal. Camera cancel, long jump, spin. That guy's dead. So now you're up. You're gonna be up here. You want to turn around, backflip, spin, wall jump, spin. You can also backflip, 2P jump, wall jump, spin. Either or. Two P jump makes it a little bit easier. So now when you get up here, you need to be careful. You don't need to go super fast, but if you're doing starship skip, you do need to go kind of fast. Because once you get high enough, that little rotating ball in the top right corner will start to be in view, and it'll start moving. And we need it to be kind of where it is at the start, in order for Starship Skip to work. So just when you're going up here, just be conscious that you're not going super slow. So like the speed is pretty fine. And I'll show off kind of how you do this. I am not great at doing this. I know that MKK still does, I think MKK does the star chips, so you just kind of, you know, grab these when you can. It's a little bit awkward, but you can just grab the pole star chips and you just, you know, go across. But this planet can be really annoying to deal with. So I'll just keep going to the Bouldergeist fight. Right here, sometimes you'll land on the little thing, sometimes you won't. So you just want to bounce up, and then you can long jump in pretty much any direction. I like to long jump right, and you'll just get into there. The one thing about that planet is that if you're holding right, you'll get a lot of upwards air, so you'll be like over the launch stall, you'll be too high. So just like hold neutral for most of it. Bouldergeist. I'll show off Bouldergeist and then I'll go back to Starship Skip. You can go for a frame perfect ground pound if you want there. What I like to do for Bouldergeist is I like to kind of go around this inner circle. And this is kind of what I'll show in the Daredevil, is that you just want to stay on this inner circle and you usually just won't hit you. So you just want to keep running around him in really short circles. And the rocks are, I'll put in quotes, RNG. Basically, the rock cycles that you get are determined by the frame that you land in the arena. So you can't really do much about it. And, you know, obviously there's no way of knowing like what frame is good and what frame is bad. So you can get 2 cycles or 3 cycles. Ideally you want to get 2 cycles. So he can give you either 1 or 2 rocks. You need 3 rocks to finish the phase. So if you get a set of 2, then you've gotten 2 cycles. But if you get 1, 1, 1 or 1, 1, 2, you've gotten 3 cycles. Oops. So then you just take the Bombu and hit him. You can go for snipes on the rocks, but I don't think it's really worth it. And yeah, this is pretty bad RNG right now. Optimally, he wouldn't do any of those rock attacks. Yeah, this is really bad RNG. So this is basically like the only source of RNG in the run. You can lose like 40 or 50 seconds here. And yeah, he gave me some pretty shit RNG. I just like to walk here and just hit him. What up, Silo? How you doing? Thank you for the good luck. Didn't get good luck on Bouldergeist, but yeah. So again, for this second phase, you still want to just kind of run around in a circle. And yeah. I'm doing pretty well. The back of my throat is already feeling it, but it's fine. This can be kind of annoying. Alright, so that's the end of the Bouldergeist fight. Now I'm going to show off Starship Skip. So again, this is a skip that you really don't need to go for unless you probably have like sub 550. It only saves about 10 seconds. So I wouldn't recommend it to beginners. So again, this trick, the problem with this trick is that it's not super hard, it just takes a long time to practice. because you have to watch the cutscenes every time you're gonna do it. Yeah, Silo, I think it's probably gonna be more like a 9 or 10. I don't know how long it's gonna be because I want to try to spend a good amount of time on garden stuff. And you can see I'm only, like, I've been basically skipping any percent stars, and I'm only 30 stars in, and I'm at 130, so yeah. Okay, so again, you know, your choice of skip here. I like to do this one. So then again, I'm going to try to get these. I'm going to try not to stun this spider. Missing this a couple times is fine because the thing isn't in view. It's okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get... This will be a little bit more obvious if I... Okay. So I'm going to get onto this lower left sling pod. I'm going to shoot straight up so I land on this one. And then I'm going to shoot at about a 4 o'clock angle. So if you think about a clock, right? You got like the clock. I'm going to shoot kind of at a 4 o'clock angle so that, or I'm going to pull back at a 4 o'clock angle so he goes up at about a 10 o'clock. Like you don't want up left, like, you know, 45 degree up left, but you want like a steady, you know, 10 o'clock angle. You're going to be holding left pretty much the entire time, and then once you come out of the sling pod, you want to be like shaking the controller super hard so that you get a spin as soon as possible. You want to hold left, and then ideally you will land at the bottom of the sphere with all the holes cut out of it, and then you're going to turn to the right so you're facing right, and you're going to backflip towards the launch star, shake, and then you use the launch star. So I'll try to show that. Fuck. I don't know if this will work. Yeah, it didn't work. So again, this is like, this trick is really hard to practice because if you screw it up, you have to do it all up. You have to start from the beginning. And if you die, like if you fail the first trick, you can't go for it. Yeah, you can't go for it because the cycles will be screwed up. Like if you fail the first trick and die, you can't go for the second one. So that's what makes this level pretty annoying to do. So again, you don't have to go for frame perfect jump here because you get insta walk anyway. Should work. I think some people don't hold left for this trick. They hold a different angle. I'm not really sure what it is though. Can you backflip, please? So yeah, you want to do it just kind of like that. You don't want to jump around as much as I did because you could just end up falling down. But that's the basic gist. I'll try to do it one more time. Again, this trick is really a bit more up from left. Okay. So, yeah. What Silo, another top runner in my chat, said is you can hold a bit more up from left so you get more backwards momentum. So you can try that. You can also just do left. I've always done left, so... it's up to you. You like at this level, like if you're sub 550 and you're messing around with this, you kind of have to see what works for you. Like I can't, you know, teach everything that you're going to encounter. Did I really just ground pound right through this thing, Star, bro? This might screw up the cycles, I'm not really sure. So when you're going into the Sling Star or the Sling Pod, you want to triple jump. Because I think that's what... Can you... Okay. So that works. When you're getting into that Sling Pod, you want to make sure you're triple jumping. Otherwise, like if you spin, that's what happened the first time, is that the Bombu hit me, and if you don't spin, the Bombu won't attack. But yeah, okay, that's gonna be that. That's the end of Ghostly 3. 20 minutes. Ghostly Secret. Just. If you're doing 2P, you can do 2P keyless. You can also do 2P 1 key. I'll show that off. That like the thing about this strat is that it'll net you 30 star bits, but it's also about 5 seconds slower. So if you're not great at 2P keyless, you can do this. This is also an any percent star, so I'm not really gonna spend too much time on it. If you're 1P and like honestly, if you're 1P, I wouldn't even recommend trying to do any skips. I would just go all the way up, just normal. But you would know that because you've already played any percent. So insta walk there. So 2P 1 key, like something like this. And you would get up there. It's really weird trick. I know that MKK does it, but I don't really know how or why they don't do 2P keyless. But if you're down here, you can just triple jump up. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Ghostly S, since it's an any percent star. Ghostly Comet, I kind of went over in Ghostly 3. Just stay close around to him and you'll be fine. Don't go for risky shit. Beach Bowl 2. There are a couple starbit locations I want to show off, but there's not too much here. The one thing I will say is don't sleep on some of these any percent starbs, because some of them have starbit locations that you're usually not used to getting. So right here, after you get these, you're gonna be facing this way, and there are some starbits along the beach that you can get right here. Not a lot of people know about these. So you'll be like over here, and then you want to turn the camera and then get the ones that are here. I collected a lot of them on the fly-in, but if you get all these, it's like a good 5 starbits or so, and if you keep getting amounts of 5 starbits, that kind of adds up, and that's how a lot of people are able to skip farming in this category, is by accumulating very small chunks of starbits over time. This is the same as any percent, just grab all the starbits. This is pretty much the same, just keep the starbits. This is the same, just keep the star bits. If you're 2P, you can maybe skip them. This is the same as any percent, just make sure you get 48. This is the same as any percent, just keep the star bits, or get and keep the star bits. I actually, let me show one place that has some star bits that not a lot of people know about. Rocks_band golf. So you want to get these star bits there. And again, this is an any percent level, so I won't really go over this too much. You want to get these. You want to get these. And then as you're waiting for this bullet bill, there are star bits like up in these things that a lot of people don't know about. Like somewhere around here. Really hard to find. Yeah, like if you go low enough, the camera turns up and you can grab star bits there. One's Galaxy 1242 tutorial. I mean, this is basically it, just grand finale is simple enough. Okay, Airship Armada. There's one small change, and that is that if you shoot Bowser Jr. in the fight with a star bit, you get 20 back. I'll show that right now. What's up, Xroot? I like to grab the one up there just because it makes plus skip a little bit easier in Dark Matter Plant, but that's up to you, and this is also kind of any percent content. So right there, you know, obviously triple jump up. Well, it's a recording, but it's also I'm just streaming it because it might, like, someone else might have something else to add. Okay, so you just at some point in the fight, you just want to shoot Bowser Jr. with a star bit, and just 20 star bits drop. So that's really all. I mean, I'm really not recording, I'm just streaming it, and then I'm gonna highlight the VOD. But yeah. So that's all of kitchen. Let's move to bedroom. Bedroom is mostly the same, but there are a lot of places in bedroom that have star bits that you may or may not know about. And what I'm gonna do, what I'm doing here is trying to show you all of those locations, because a typical any percent runner usually doesn't know about them. And they're gonna net you a lot of star bits. Freezeflame 1 is one of those. As you're flying in, you're gonna be able to see the Freezeflame 3 platforms right there. So you want to grab those star bits. And then also, when you are coming in, there are going to be two boulders that go kind of around the donut planet. And if you're using 2P, you want to hold them down. So I'm holding this guy down. And then as I'm going over here, I'm collecting these star bits. not be teaching Honeyhive letter rocks. And then just continue from normal. I don't think there's anything else in Freezeflame 1 that's particularly notable in terms of starbits. Just try to get... There are like kind of pillars that have like one starbit as you slide down that slide. Just try to get the starbits from there. That's basically all I have for Freezeflame 1. Freezeflame 2. Okay, there are a couple extra starbits. You can get the boulders again here. And when you add these boulders, it'll give you a good amount of starbits. Also, you can get the Freezeflame 3 platforms again. So you get these boulders. And then you get this. And then you want to go under. And there's this question mark coin here that will spawn starbits all the way around the planet. So you want to jump and grab it. And then just continue. And then as you're making your way around this planet, you'll grab all the starbits. So like right now I have 66 starbits, and that's like a typical any percent runner would probably only know about 10 of these. So yeah, it's like even if you're not 2P, you can get that question mark coin, and that's like a good 30. So that really helps. But yeah, that's basically all for Freezeflame 2. Gusty Garden 1. Gusty Garden 1. There are a couple of starbit locations here in some question mark coins. Normally you wouldn't grab these question mark coins because they cause a good bit of lag, so in any percent you wouldn't grab these, but in 120 they net so many starbits that it's worth it. I'm just gonna skip these because it doesn't matter. So then, oops. So you normally wouldn't grab this because it has a lot of lag. Grab some under here. Grab this question mark coin as well. Also causes a little bit of lag, but I personally think it's worth it. I'll show this trick off because I feel like not a lot of 2P runners know about it. You just do a grounded 2P jump and just jump on that guy like that, and that saves a good bit of time. But yeah, that's all I have for Gusty Garden 1. Freezeflame. Oh, don't reset. Freezeflame 3. There's like nothing really. You can collect starbits on the planet. Just like wave your cursor around and you'll probably grab a couple. Oh, also. Okay, I have something to add here. So again, like as I was saying before, like these bedroom levels are loaded with starbits. You just need to know where they are. So it doesn't really matter if you get those starbits there because you're gonna go back to that planet anyway, and they don't respawn or anything. So just like wave your 2P cursor around there and you'll grab some. So after you get these 2 torches, you want to turn around and like just start shooting fireballs. Sometimes you'll hit one of the I don't even know what their name is, the spiky dudes, and you can get 5-star bits from that. Not always, but sometimes you'll be able to get some. Yeah, the urchins, that's what they're called. But yeah, that's basically all I need to know about Freezeflame 3. Gusty Garden 2. There's a set of 40 here if you get all of the question mark coins, and I'll show that. So again, skipping most of these, not really going over most of these levels in depth because all of these are any % levels. And this is more of a 120 tutorial that's gonna expect that you have a little bit of any % knowledge. So right there, that nets you 40. So that's basically all there is for Gusty Garden 2. Normally that level would be pretty starbit dry in any %, but with the exception of the fight, but that gets you 40. Freezeflame secret is you can get boulders in Freezeflame secret, like the ones that I showed in Freezeflame 1. They're kind of annoying to get. Whiz is sick any % pace. What does that mean? Oh, this. You're trying to type this. You can try to get boulders here. It's a little bit annoying because you don't have the cutscene. But yeah. Other than that, just try to grab the starbits on the snowman. Freezeflame Comet, just the same. Try to grab as many as you can. Gusty Garden secret, okay. There's a couple here. Just try to, if you're using 2P, try to grab as many sets of the boulders as you can. I'll show that off. They're a little bit awkward to grab even though they're pretty close to each other. Oh, I guess I should mention the route does change if you're doing box jump. I believe you put Gusty Garden 3 where this is. But, I hate when that happens. So yeah, just try to get these boulders. Sometimes it just won't work. Like I wouldn't run around like what I'm doing right now. But yeah, just try to get the boulders. Yeah, with the vine you just need to stop spinning when it gets to the top. I don't know, it's really annoying. Okay, so that's the Gusty Garden S. Alright, this is the first bedroom non-any % level Dusty Garden 1. This level's pretty fun, I like this one. Pretty sure where you spawn in is different whether you watch or don't watch the cutscenes. So it's important that you don't watch the cutscenes. Okay. So you spawn in and then you want to just show you this first movement's pretty easy. Long jump, long jump, long jump. Get onto this thing and then long jump across. Turn the camera and long jump toward that tornado that my 1P cursor is pointing at. You can go for a fast ground pound here. It's pretty risky. You have to ground pound on like the very edge, kind of where my 1P cursor is pointing. I wouldn't really recommend it. I don't go for it. But don't ground pound in the sand. You want to either do the edge strat, or you want to land on this like tile thing. Let's jump in the pipe. Alright, now this brick section, a lot of people will go down, there's kind of 5 tiles. A lot of people, you can either go down this second row, where my 1P cursor is, or the 5th row. I don't like going down the second row. There are some people that do. It brings you all the way to the bottom. If you go down the 5th row, you kind of go through this little shortcut. It maybe loses 1 to 2 seconds or something. You're going to be holding right that whole time, and then you fall down, and you keep going. If you feel like you're low on star bits, you can kind of wait for this guy. Grab these 2 question mark panels, flip panels I think, and there's star bits here. And then you want to skip this coin. If you hit the coin, it has a cutscene where there's a fire flower right here activates. You don't want that cutscene. So you want to long jump over. Don't get hit. Just spin these guys. Try to get as many of those as you can. It's pretty hard to do. And then once you get out here, you want to just turn backflip and do that one. Okay. Whoops. When you're here, you want to try to get as high in the tornado thing as you can. You can't wall kick off of this wall. Never mind, you can. I'm pretty sure it's slower to like do this though. Also, it's a little bit weird because these platforms in the way. It's going to be like over there, so you want to triple jump into it. And the reason you want to get high in this tornado is so that you can land on this highest step. It's not super critical, but it just saves a little bit of time. If you land on one of these lower steps, you're going to backflip into this tornado. But if you're here, you can long jump. And then what you want to do is, using these star bits as a reference, you want to ground pound down into the sling star. You can kind of go on this line that my 1P cursor is on. That's usually fine. And then you get up here. Hit this, take the sling star out. And then with this tornado, it's really important that you wait. It'll kind of bring you up and down. You want to wait until you're up so that you have a little bit more height. Because if you spin when you're at the bottom of the tornado, especially as Mario, you're not going to have enough height to make it up. So you want to wait until you're all the way or pretty close to the top. So like right here, wait, and then I'm at the top, spin. And see, even there, I kind of got screwed over by this wall. So I'm going to go again. And that time that was fine. And then just make your way up. You can grab this question mark coin. It nets you a few more star bits. I don't think it's that worth it. It's only like 7 or 8. Whoops. Okay, so when you're up here, you want to grab this coin, but the coin is pretty far back, so when you're doing this backflip, you need to kind of hold down right, because otherwise, if you just do this, you're underneath. So if you backflip and hold like down right, and then like you can land on that. It's like really, I wouldn't recommend it. But just make sure you kind of go around, and then you don't have to worry about going down to collect these, because once you land on this red thing, the camera will turn looking downwards, so you can just collect the star bits from there. You're going to turn face down and backflip up. Usually this red platform will be up, so you land on that one, and then you long jump over. In this case, it's this one. You can just kind of jump over. So then just do that. Try not to fall off the bottom of the star. Alright, let me get water really quick. Give me just a second, and then I'll do that whole level again. Let's do this again. Again, we're not skipping the cutscenes here because more accurate practice cycles. So again, I like to ground pound through this rightmost one. So I like to skip this. I just get on the block and long jump on top of his head. You can also do like a weird 2P jump here. With that thing, I just kind of do a sweet motion, like an upside down U, kind of. So again, trying to get as high into that thing as I can. Bro. Doesn't really matter how low you do for that one because the Sling Star is pretty, or the question mark coin for the Sling Stars is pretty low. Oh shit. So yeah, don't do that. Alright, Gusty Garden 3 is basically the same as any percent. You want to try to grab as many of the boulders as you can. Gusty Garden Comet, just make sure you're grabbing star bits. Alright, just do 2. This level is kind of a complicated one. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I'll get to the jump at the end. So right here, at the start, you want to do 2 long jumps, and then a long jump and homing ground pound into the coin. And that'll set you up perfectly for the 5 pokies. Whale's Brick? Where's Whale's Brick? I can't remember what Whale's Brick is. So you wait till they all get to you, and then you just spin. Okay? And now you're still in a good position to oh, pipe skip. Okay. So you wanna this guy's gonna come up, and there's gonna be a flower, and you wanna ground pound the flower so that he comes up faster. Like that. And then just try to spin and hit him. So then as I'm long jumping over here, if I'm 2P, I like to get these boulders. And you can do it a little bit faster than that at the end, but if you're 1P and you're really concerned about your star bit count, you can get the rainbow star that's underneath the sling star, but I wouldn't really recommend it. So then you go down there, and you're gonna get the star chip. Don't run into the dry bones. So you want to spin cancel jump that shell. Okay, so once you grab this star chip, you want to grab it a little bit faster than I did, so that when you grab it, you can face to the right. So you want to go in first person, hold down, and then you can grab this 3rd pull star and grab the 5th one. And that's a little bit faster. Now, if you're playing as Luigi, or if you're playing as Mario and you're like really want to go for the skip at the end, you're gonna go to the left. If you don't want to go for the skip, you want to go to the right, probably. And I'll show this off first. This skip is really easy if you use 2P, but yeah. So again, if you're in this room, if you're 1P, you're just gonna take all the bridges and just go across. But if you're 2P, you can do a trick to get into this pipe where you do a triple jump, and you just land in the pipe. Apparently there's a spot where you can backflip. You can do this with a backflip 2P jump. It's a little weird though, sort of like that. Apparently there's a spot called Whale's Brick. I don't really know what it means, but yeah. And then if you're 2P, you just long jump over there, backflip 2P jump into the star. If you're 1P, I have a DM. Okay, I'll show that off when I get back, or I'll come back again and show off. Okay, if you're 1P, this becomes a little bit more awkward because you have to do a triple jump spin into the star. I think that would have worked, but I was. think I have bad tilt. I'm not sure. The thing about this trick is it requires good tilt, so if you fuck it up, you kind of have to like run around over here for a little bit and then try it again. And that grabs it. Make sure when you're doing that trick that you nunchuck spin and hold A, otherwise you're not gonna have that. You're not gonna have probably the height that you need. Alright, I'm gonna show the alternative that you can use if you are playing as Mario, or if you don't want to do that trick. Honestly, like if you don't have, I'd say maybe 6, like if you're not under 630, I wouldn't go for that trick. Sometimes that trick can, the pokey can be really annoying. Again, you want to get these boulders if you can, but I'm just going to skip them for the sake of trying to get over to where I need to be faster. You can even get some like while you're in this and stuff. Yeah, you can home and ground pound on the pokey, like Silo said, but I personally haven't had success with it. So again, when you're here, you're gonna shoot this and you're gonna turn. You don't want to do that. So then now you're here. If you're doing the safer strat or the easier strat, you're gonna go with this orange arrow. And you just take this launch star. Unfortunately, you can't jump that gap, but what you can do is you can go up here, and you can do what's known as thwomp jump. If you're Mario, I think you need to get upwards momentum from that, but as Luigi, it works fine if you long jump at the top, and then you just ground pound this and go around, and don't die like I just did. But yeah, I think you get the idea. Like you would just go okay, let me show off this whales break shit. I guess that does work. That's interesting. Do you do something like that? Well, the nice thing about this game is that, you know, a lot of people have really developed kind of their own way of doing things, so it's not like you have to follow exactly what I have here. If you went to my stream, a lot of my strats would be different from Jay's strats, would be different from Silo's strats, would be different from Hardcore's and CK's and Sam and MKK and pretty much anybody else. so I guess we're calling the setup Whales brick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's the 7th brick down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like right here. Okay. Yeah. You just do that like that, I guess. And if you have to, the star grab is free. Okay, Bowser 2 is the same. I'm gonna skip over that. Gold Leaf 1 is... You can get a set of boulders if you're 2P, so I'll show that off. So if you hold this boulder here, you can get some here. And then when you're coming back, you'll get the Luigi, or the L. It's right here. You don't have to worry about that. I think pretty much regardless of if you do clockwise or counterclockwise. Yeah, that's really all for Gold Leaf 1. Seaslide 1. Seaslide 1, because it's an auto-scroller, there's a lot of time to kind of run around and get different star bits. So I'm going to show you how to optimally get as many as you can. I shouldn't have skipped the cutscene, but there are 5 on the lighthouse that I had just missed. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this because this is just a couple of star bits that'll save you some time. Okay, so you get this, you get the 8, and then you want to go out of the water here. Get this. Get these 3. Make sure you get all the ones on the banner. So then you want to take the right path here. And you want to kill this eel. Sometimes it'll miss like that. You want to try to get it when it's out. But that will net you 5 or 6 star bits. So you can get probably a good 40-45 star bits here that you just wouldn't get in any percent. Just by going a little bit out of your way and grabbing them while you're on the auto scroller. You're just waiting for Guppy. But yeah, that's basically all for Seaslide 1. Seaslide 2 is just the same. Gold Leaf 2 is just get as many stars as you can. Seaslide 3, okay. Let's talk about Seaslide 3. Basically, I like to think of this level as 2 parts. There's the tree and the island, and then there's the little rock arch thing, the cannon, and the small palm tree. I personally like to do the tree and the island first because that guarantees me that I'll have enough starbits for the Luma that we're gonna feed. So what I like to do, I turn the camera here, I long jump, and then when I'm at the edge of this platform, I'll long jump, hold a Wii remote spin, and then I'll be able to wall kick off of here. So it's really important that you do an A and Wii remote spin, because otherwise this wall kick becomes weird. So I'll, like, if I do this with a nunchuck, I like slide off, and sometimes sometimes she'll just slide off and not be able to wall kick, which obviously you don't want. So hold a Wii remote spin. Okay. So now you're up here, and you want to go over to this, and then you want to spin cancel jump, and then backflip. So you get a good bit of height going into the bee mushroom, and then fly up to the top. I kind of fucked it up there. You might still be able to make it just like this. Yeah. Okay. So you can still make it like that with a grounded 2P jump, but obviously 1P you can't do that. And then you want to get this silver star. So here's your first one. And then you want to jump kind of off of this. Can I show a backup for the tree? Sure. So I think what you're asking me is what happens if you miss the wall jump. And yeah, so if you miss this wall jump, like let's say you know, I can't fuck. Oh no, I fell down. Okay, so if you land here, you can get onto this little thing and just kind of turn and backflip up here. What up, Keegan? So yeah, if you fuck that up, I probably should have showed that anyway, but if you screw that up, you just backflip up here and then just continue. So if you're doing 1P, you want to kind of do something like that. It can be a little weird to get up there, but yeah, so you have this silver star. And then you want to kind of go over here. You want to jump off this way, going towards this thing. And we're going to fly all the way to the island. This isn't super hard. You just need to be pretty slow with your taps because, like, if I do this, if I just fly like this, I'm not going to make it. Like, I'm dead. So you want to tap in a rhythm. I don't really know what the best way to describe it is, but like you want to just tap it in a pretty slow rhythm. So I don't know if you can hear that, but that's basically how slow you can tap it. Because you can maintain height for a lot of distance if you just tap it pretty slow. Then you just long jump up there. You want to get rid of the beat power up when you land there. And then just take the launch pad back. Alternatively, if you, for whatever reason, don't like that strat, you just take this, and this thing opens, and you just... What's up, Alessandro? How you doing? And you just go in the water tube thing. But then you would take this Sling Star back, and then go this way. And we're going to long jump across the edge here. If you don't feel comfortable doing this rock jump, you can do this part first. But you have to make sure that you have 40 star bits for the Luma. You're doing pretty well. So then you want to go into the water, and you want to go for a surface swim here. Can be kind of hard to hit. So then grab some of these star bits. Grab some of these. A couple over here that you can grab. A couple there. And then you're going to feed the Luma, and similar to how you kind of run away in, like, when you're doing Sweet Sweet and any percent, as the Luma's almost done, you're going to jump into the cannon. We're not going to go over here just yet. We're going to go here, and we're just going to shoot towards this silver star. And then when you're coming back down, what I like to do is I like to hold Z, and I think it's down left, and you just kind of spam A and you get an instant long jump. And then you just keep going. And then here you want to just go into the water. And then you can do like grounded 2P jumps here. I think someone, I don't remember who it was. But if you're doing 1P, just backflip, spin, backflip, and then grab the last silver star. And then just take the Sling Star back. So I'll show that again, just so that you kind of have a full picture of what we're doing there. So again, grab these star bits here. And again, I like to go back first, but you can go forward first, and then when you take the Sling Star back, you just do this part second. Try to do that again. Yeah, so if you fall, it can be really shitty. Like, if this were to happen, don't forget that you still have to get the... I don't even know what, like... I think at this point I would just go back and, start the tree portion over again. I really should have given you a B here, but I guess not. I guess I probably would recommend just landing on this second thing. Okay, so you're up here. Just make sure that this, like, this circle of grass just doesn't go off screen, otherwise you're probably a little bit low. And you can, like, use 2P or whatever to spawn the star bits there. So yeah, again, you have to like kind of slope climb there. Sometimes it's flat ground, but sometimes it's not. So I always recommend just slope climbing. If you're a little bit off that start chip, it's not too big a deal. So you can hold down left, or hold left-ish, and just long jump. Like you just hold Z while you're in that animation and just long jump. Oh yeah, I guess I should mention, nothing that I'm going to mention in this tutorial is going to be different on 3D All-Stars. So, except for like a few star bits that are a little bit easier to grab. The only thing is that's different is the gate in C Slide 2, but I'm not going over C Slide 2 since that's an 80% star. So yeah, that's C Slide 3. Okay, Gold Leaf 3. There's one question mark coin that I will show that gives you like an arrow that's made of star bits. Let's get this. Weird. This question mark coin, if you get it, will spawn some star bits. So I think that can be helpful sometimes. Get these down here. Yeah, that's it for Gold Leaf 3. Gold Leaf Secret. Okay, so there's one stump that you can get here. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. If you have like 1900 by this point, I usually, or 1900 or over, you're probably fine without it. Probably even lower than that. Like on it, like this stump doesn't give you a whole lot. Usually when I do runs, I just don't get this stump and I just toss all the star bits here. Like this one doesn't give you nearly as many as a Honeyhive 1. That's kind of in a similar spot. You wouldn't even get that because it's not in your field of vision. I should get like, but yeah, it's Gold Leaf Secret. It's the same. Gold Leaf Comet's the same. Honestly, like if you're playing 2P, you don't really want the star bits there. Slide Secret. Oh yeah, you'd skip these. So you want to just go for a surface swim here? Fuck. So you can get these again with just a spin canceled long jump like that. And try to go for these. And then you just go in here and you want to fire. You can fire like kind of anywhere. I'll kind of explain the route that I do. So basically, the way I like to do it is I kind of like to think of it as kind of two parts. So like if you divide it down the middle, kind of where my 1P cursor is, and then you just like go around each hemisphere. So like you'll start there and then you'll start where I land. So I'll just like make that a little bit easier to visualize. So I'm gonna land there. I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna go up this way and then back and then up that way, back, up that way, back, and then I'll just do that all the way around until I have everything, and then I'll do the other side. So I go up this way, and then I grab these two, and then I go back, and then I go up this way, and then I go back, and then I go up this way. Pretty sure there's a faster way to do this, but I don't know, and I don't know what it is, and I don't really think it's that necessary. So now I've ran out, so now I just do the other side. So I go up this way, grab these two, and I go back. I go up this way, and I go back. I go up this way, and I go back. I go up this way, and I go back. Ground pound. Okay. Toy time 1 is the same. Just try to make sure you get as many stars as you can. Alright, Lava Reactor. This one's pretty easy if you're 1P. With 2P, it gets a little bit more complicated because there's a interesting skip that you can do here. So this is the way I like to go. I don't think it really matters too much which way you go. You just come back. Okay. Yeah, don't do that. I'd say like probably just wait here for a little bit until you know that the bullet bill's over. So this strat is mostly, like, the thing I'm about to show off is mostly a 2P strat. Or actually, I'll just show the fight 1P really quick. I mean, it's really no different than your casual playthrough. But, I guess I can show you where you're gonna want to stay. So you're gonna go. I'm not gonna edit it at all, Galaxy. I'm just gonna upload the VOD as it is. Like, I really don't want to sit here and edit a 9+ hour video. Okay, so the first thing you want to do is you want to go to this area right about here, and then you just do the first hit like normal. So you're going counterclockwise, or no, you're going clockwise, sorry. And right at this first pot of 3, that's where the star is going to spawn on this left one right there. So just be mindful of that, is that you want to be there. You can swipe those away with 2P. So yeah, now I'm right where the star is going to spawn. So yeah, that's like lava reactors, like pretty easy. I am gonna show the 2P stuff though that you can do to get double hits. I will have to stop to eat in about an hour or so. I'll go over fast flying later. Actually, relatively soon, since I'm gonna skip the entirety of Bowser through number 1, and obviously we have no credits to watch. So the beginning's just the same. Yeah, I've been skipping most of the stars that are in any percent. Like what I've done is that if there's like star bits or something that's kind of 120 exclusive, I will make a note of it and kind of show it off. But I'm not teaching like, you know, Good Egg 1. I'm not teaching how to do Good Egg 2, because this tutorial is kind of assuming that you have any percent knowledge, Keegan. Or, like, for example, Freezeflame 2, there's... I didn't assume either route. I taught all of the stars that are different. So, like, I taught Space Junk 3, Sling Pod, and Ghostly 2, and I also taught Battlerock 2, 3, Comet. So, okay. So, when you're doing this, you want to stand, like, here. And what I like to do is I like to wait until this coconut kind of passes this middle spot, and then I'm going to hold it with 2P. So then I'm going to long jump out. And then this coconut, so okay, I kind of fucked it up there, but I can still make it work by just hitting that back later. I didn't really get the full strat, but I'm gonna try to do it again. So that's kind of one way that you can do it. Yeah, this is 2P only. Really, like, the thing about this, it's a really weird strat. I don't really like it, but it saves time, so I'm gonna show it off. Because obviously the thing, if you were to try this 1P, the coconut will have just gone super far away. Like, the coconut will have despawned by the time the second coconut is shot. Okay, so again, I'm gonna hold this here. Long jump in, spin. And then you try to hit both of them at the same time. I don't think that one worked. It's hard to really tell if both of them worked, so it didn't work because the star didn't spawn. I'm gonna try it again a couple times. There's something the stained glass found. Yeah, if you're 1P and you're not interested, you can obviously just skip ahead. But I fucked it up, bro. This crown falls off? Maybe. Does this crown fall off on third phase? Like, I can usually tell because based on how many star bits come out, because if you get both hits, you get more star bits, but it wouldn't be really noticeable to someone who doesn't know the trick that well. That didn't work. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll go for it again. I really don't like this trick. I haven't done runs with this trick yet, but I think what I'm planning to do is something like this, and I'll give it one more try, and then I'll show you what I'll probably do, which is the first thing that I did. That one worked. Yeah, so now his crown's gone, so I know I got it. And then I just kind of run over here and get ready for the star. See, I mean, I'm gonna die here, but just proof that it works. I think maybe a safer strat would be just doing something like this. Oh my god. It's not gonna work. Okay, whatever. I really am just done with this stupid strat. It only saves like 4 or 5 seconds. Okay. Anyway, Bowser 3 number 1. It's just any percent. Make sure you collect star bits. Even though there's no star bit text box, the star bits that you get go into your save file. So like don't like go for 69 or anything. Save that for Bowser 3 number 2, because you actually kind of need these star bits. Alright, gateway purples. First thing I'll mention is that in the cutscene you want to make sure that you save, because you know, obviously if you don't save you're gonna lose your run. Also, with the credits, you have 3 minutes from Star Touch to when you need to be back, and then Rosalina talks to you, and then you have another probably 6 or 7 minutes. So that's just general knowledge that might be helpful. For gateway purples, though, I'm gonna show off one thing really quick. That's gonna require me to have this separate file. So you spawn back in. You're gonna talk to Rosalina, and she's gonna show you this. So then it's really important that you make these cycles. I think these like spinning platform cycles are linked. So you want to make sure that you do make it onto this orange platform cycle to get up to the gate for gateway purples. So the movement's not super hard. You just need to, like, if you miss it, you can back it up. It's just really annoying to do. Getting back up. Going around is pretty slow. So then you're up there. I'm gonna reload the other file because. Oh wait, shit! Don't save. Hope that didn't fuck anything up. Okay, so gateway purples, you've done that movement to get into the gate. Alright, so you're in here. I don't think you get a choice, but you just show up and you go to the star. Fucking flying. Okay, so you want to get these star bits. You're gonna just go up, long jump, spin, and backflip into the cutscene. You have these text boxes. Okay, so this is the first purple coin mission. I'm gonna try to go through all of them pretty well, just with routes and stuff. So you grab this, and then now you can either go for fast flying or you can just fly around normally. Flying around normally is pretty straightforward, but we're gonna grab these 30 coins in the air first. I'll kind of explain fast flying right now. So basically what I'm doing is, fuck, I didn't want to do that, that's fine. What I'm doing is I'm jumping, shaking, and then I'm just kind of spamming A in a rhythm. And if you do it with a good rhythm, it'll go pretty fast. You can tell if you have it because he's like making clouds behind him. And then as soon as I drop it, if I want to go for it again, I have to press Z to cancel it and then shake and then start it up again. You can't start it up out of just like, you can't start it out like this because otherwise it's just not going to go anywhere. But if you press A and then hold and try again, or if you press Z, shake and try again, it'll work. So it's just a timing that you kind of have to get used to. Some days it works out pretty well for me, some days it doesn't. Yo, Music Matt, thank you for the raid with a party of 7. 60544, let's go. Congrats, dude. Okay, so anyway, you're going to grab this, and then you're going to go over here, and you're going to either slow fly or fast fly. Your choice around this. Obviously, if you fast fly, it's a little bit more difficult. But, as you can see here. Fast flying through all 30 is pretty hard. but you can definitely do it without dropping it, without missing one. Today's just not the day, I guess. Okay, so then you're down here. So you should be at 30 at this point. 32 because I grabbed one by mistake. You'd still have a power up at this point. So then you come down here, and then you just kind of cycle around here. Once you grab this one, you want to jump off of this corner, holding down, spin so that you grab these. Fly over the house, spin again to grab these 3. Ground pound down, grab this coin. And then you want to walk into this red star, do a buffered spin jump, and then you grab that coin on the stump and then spin so that you're flying to grab these 3 coins. Like that, and then you can spin. And you want to go around the rocks. You can spin for any coins you miss. And okay, so ideally when you're going through the rest, you want to stay in flight, but sometimes you'll just fall, and at that point, like, it's not faster to go back and start flying again. You just want to walk. So try not to miss any. So you're going to go around here. And spinning is pretty fast, so at this point you can probably just drop. And then you want to spin to grab all these. Come up here. Grab these. Grab these. Spin, jump, spin, cancel, jump, spin. And then go up here. Grab these last 2 and then fly into where the star is. So yeah, that's Gateway Purples. I'm going to do it a couple more times. Can you die here? I think you can, because there's a Goomba. Thank you, Habbo. Alright, what's up, Eureka? So, again, grab this, fast fly or slow fly around to get the first 30. Again, jump down, spin. Not gonna be really responding to too much off-topic chat stuff right now. So, Gateway Purple's like, you're not gonna die, or you're not gonna lose a ton of time if you don't know the route, but this is a good one to practice, because I also think it's pretty fun to do. But yeah. That's Gateway Purples. Like, if you slow fly, you're not losing that much time compared to a fast fly, because a lot of people that do the fast flying screw it up. So you have to be pretty good with the fast flying. Like, it looks flashy, but it's not super needed. What's up, Mysterious Star? Okay. So that's Gateway Purples. Now, you're gonna spawn back at the start of the observatory. Now we have Boo's Boneyard. So you want to make sure you're gonna be at the start. you do need to make sure that you talk to Luigi here. So you come over here, you're gonna grab the red star. Go talk to Luigi. Talk. He's like, I don't know where the stars are. And then you want to fast fly or slow fly up to the gate where the Boost Boneyard Luma is waiting. Again, this isn't an any percent star, but it's a relatively simple one. I'll kind of show off an optimal Boost Boneyard route though. Just get in the launch star, bro. Just for the sake of being thorough. The other thing to note is that Boo Mario moves a lot faster in this race than Boo Luigi. So if you're comparing character golds, that's something that you need to take into account. You can go either way. You can go through the teeth, you can go this way, you can go this way. It's not really that big of a difference. Avoiding coins in this level is pretty much impossible considering there's like 5 of them right here. So don't worry too much about it. Just try not to lose the race, honestly. So I like to go around this one, and then you go through this one because there's a fan here that pushes you down pretty quickly with this question mark coin. And you want to try to shake. You want to shake in a good rhythm because shaking pushes you down faster. Then you want to take this fan. Then you just go down here and get the star. I'm not going to watch the cutscene because it's just going to take extra time that I don't want to spend. Okay, so Good Egg Comet. Is there a reason why Boo Mario is faster than Boo Luigi? I don't know. They just programmed it that way. Okay, so at this point you'd get a letter from Toad that's like, yo, Luigi's lost in Good Egg Galaxy, go help him. So then you go back to Terrace. If you forget the letter, if you forget to talk to Luigi, you want to make sure you talk to him before Good Egg Comet. And you'll be pulled out of the terrace again. But it's better to do it then than to not have the letter, because otherwise your comets are going to be screwed up. So Good Egg Comet is the same as Good Egg 1 in any percent. So I'm going to skip over that. Good Egg Luigi is also the same as in any percent, so I'm going to skip over that. Honeyhive Comet is also the same as it is in any percent, so I'm going to skip over that. Flipswitch is also the same as it is in any percent, so I am going to skip over that. Good Egg Purples. This one's really straightforward, but I will show off how to do it. I will show off the route because it can be a little bit confusing. Basically, the way you remember the route here is you just take every launch star. That's really all it is. You can get star bits here. When I'm running 2P, I usually don't, but yeah. And you can also do insta walks with these launch stars. So I'm going to take every launch star, so I'm taking this launch star. I haven't done an any percent tutorial, but there is one in the SMG server. So that's why I'm mostly skipping over the any percent stars. And I'm also just kind of assuming that the people that are watching this have a little bit of any percent knowledge, like at least sub 3, sub 250-ish. So that's why I'm not really covering levels like Flipswitch in great depth. Try to avoid that boulder. Because like doing a tutorial of all 120 stars would just take me fucking forever. Who made it? It was a combination of a lot of the community, but mostly like Pods, some other people, CK. But yeah, that's Good Egg Purples. There are a couple other tutorials on speedrun.com that are a little bit more outdated, but yeah. Okay, so that's done. So now this is probably the part that everyone's more interested in, is the garden tutorials, because these are the parts that aren't really documented super well. And all of these stars are non-any percent stars, obviously. So you want to come out of the terrace. And you want to... I guess I should also mention that a good count, like a pretty good count out of any percent in terms of star bits, is probably about... It's definitely over 2,000. 2,100 is okay. 2,200 is pretty solid. Anything over that and you're good. So you fast fly up to the garden. And first one, we got a pretty hard one first. We got Deep Dark 1. Again, so when you start, you're gonna have this set up. I don't know if I have it set up, but I'll show off Deep Dark 1 skip, and then I'll explain how to do the fight. I have already made a video kind of explaining how to do the fight, all of the Deep Dark fights. Which I'll probably link when I upload this to YouTube. But, okay, so first you're going to long jump into the cannon. While you're doing this, you want to hold Z. This can be a little bit weird on All Stars, by the way. I like to hold Z so I have this full view. I like to aim for kind of near the top of this pillar. The idea is that I'm going to shoot into the pillar, hit it, and bonk and fall onto the platform right next to it. Sort of like that. That should hit. Okay. So now I'm up here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to get on this slope, and I'm going to slope jump kind of around. So, okay. There's kind of this line here. You can't really see it, but there's kind of a line. There's an invisible wall that you could tell that I was kind of rubbing up against. You can't go past the invisible wall, obviously. There's also kind of this invisible wall going like towards you. That's kind of right up here. So you need to, what we're trying to do is we're trying to go, this texture that my 1P cursor is outlining, this texture doesn't have collision, so you can jump right through it. And if I jump right through it and fall far enough back, I'm going to land where the boss fight is. So I need to get up there and out of bounds that way. But this texture that I'm outlining here has collision, but there's this invisible wall. So I need to slope jump around the invisible wall. So I need to make sure like this area, this that I'm outlining is basically where the invisible wall is. So it goes all the way down here. If you fall anywhere below kind of this line that I'm outlining with my 1P cursor, you're going to fall all the way down. And you don't want to do that, obviously. So you need to slope jump around the wall. This right here is about as far to the right as you can go. Once you get here, you need to swing around and land on this top part. Like that. And then you need to make sure that you don't miss a slope jump, otherwise you're gonna fall all the way down. And then you just slope jump up. Yeah, like if I do that, I'm just all the way down here. So the backup is just climbing up here. You can bail if you want to bail, and you just do it the casual way. This trick doesn't save a whole lot of time. Maybe 20-25 seconds. So like if you don't have, I'd say if you're not confident with slope jumping and or you don't have probably sub 640, you probably don't need to go for this. You can get around here, and then you fall out of bounds here. So now I'm just gonna start go in the water and start shaking, and at some point, once I go far enough, now I'm in the area where the deep dark fight is, but I'm still out of bounds. So I just jump up and jump into the fight. So well, let me just show where the casual way is. The casual way can be a little bit confusing. This trick is like not too hard once you get it down, but it can be pretty difficult to learn. So let's say I'm doing this cannon shot and, you know, oh no, this is obviously gonna miss. Oh no, I fell down. You can go for the cannon shot again, or you can just slope climb up this way. Oops. So that's a backup. I would recommend that even if you're not gonna do the skip, that you do the cannon shot or the slope climb, because going up to the planet over there is just really, really, really slow, and you don't want to do it. So either learn the cannon shot, and then if you fuck it up, just go back and do the cannon shot again, or just do the slope climb. Preferably, you do the cannon shot. Okay, so this is what you would do if you don't want to do the strap. Which again, like if you can do Honeyhive 1 skip, you can do that strat. You really do like need air here. So then the thing is here. And now you are in the area where Camilla is. Okay, so yeah, so also what can happen is if you screw up the trick because you get out of bounds, but you don't go far enough over. And I'll show you what that looks like. This is mainly gonna happen if you're playing as Mario. Like I wouldn't say it's guaranteed to happen, but if you're like, you need to go far enough back. So if you're playing as Mario, you don't have the backwards momentum that Luigi does. So as long as you're holding up when you fall out of bounds, you'll be fine. But here I'm gonna like purposely hold down. So like I fall all the way down here, right? And I can't just like swim upwards because there's no invisible water here. So I need to just swim. I need to just swim into this area. And then you just continue from here. And you just hit that chain, the switch thing. So, you know, ideally that wouldn't happen to you, but if it does, that's the backup for it. And you'll lose maybe 10 seconds or so. Alright, let's do the fight. So, you've done whatever Deep Dark 1 method you want to do, and now you're in the fight. I don't know if my setups are... Yeah, they're not. Okay, so let me get Camilla set up. And then I'll explain how to do the fight. I kind of already have a video on this, but I'll explain it again once, and then if you need another reference, you can go to that video. Okay, so I guess I should mention, if you're setting it up, you can try to save one fireball hit. That's personally what I like to do. I will skip one fireball hit, so I'll set up an extra one before the run. But I would recommend, if you're starting out, just to not set up any on the third phase. So again, at this point we're in the run. The Camilla setup that I just did was done before the run. Now we're out of bounds. Okay. So now we're setting up for Deep Dark Comet. So we're essentially doing the same thing. So now the next thing will be shell for first phase. So now we're taking the shell, waiting for the fire. So now if you manipulated one fire, you have less time to get up to the top, but if you manipulated 0 fires, then you have more time. So I have to kind of go pretty fast to make sure that I make it up in time before my shell comes out. So I usually like to manipulate 1 and then throw, just so that, well, so phases 3 and 4 are linked, but I like to wait 1 just because I think it's a little bit faster. So So then last shell. I don't like to have any left. I don't like to have any manipulated for Comet just because it makes it a little bit risky. But yeah, so that's Deep Dark 1. Hopefully that was a good explanation. Alright, Deep Dark 2. This one is not nearly as hard or as complicated as Deep Dark 1. There's some stuff here. I don't know exactly if the water shooter cycle is on a global cycle or if it's just when you see it, like when you see the, or when it's on screen. So this gunner guy, we're just gonna skip him completely. So we're completely past him. We don't need to worry about these torches or anything. We're gonna do that. We're gonna go over here, and we're gonna triple jump up here. Okay, so you're up here. You can land on that little thing if you want. You're gonna long jump over this way, and then you're gonna go up the little things, just holding neutral. Land on that. Long jump across to the right. So, and then triple jump up this way. Okay. Try to grab these if you can. And then we're gonna hit these 3 stumps. Try not to get hit by these guys. Okay, and then the tennis ball planet is pretty annoying. So you want to hit this one first, and then these two will like come back together right around here. So we walk down, and then hit this one around there, and then walk back up, hit it here. So bang, like that. If you miss that the first time, it really becomes a pain in the ass, but you just want to make sure that you don't miss. I'll show that one more time. Kind of non-stop. That's not Deep Dark. And you can even ground pound pretty early on those, like, it's not gonna make a huge difference. Alright, Dreadnought 1. This one's a pretty fun level. I'll try to get through this and then I have to BRB for like 20 minutes. Actually, never mind, I have to go now. I'll be back in like 20 minutes. And I'm gonna keep going. So I'm gonna leave the timer going just so that the things line up, but yeah. Alright, we shall continue. Alright, so Dreadnought 1. So, when you land, you just long jump upright. And then you can do something like this. It doesn't really work that well. But you want to go up to here. Don't die. Spin and jump. And then you want to do a single jump and double jump into the launch star. You can't really long jump because it's really slow. If you do this, you just do this, and it's just really weird. You can even you can do a long jump from here, and it's still really slow. So the best movement I would recommend is just single jump, double jump, spin, and alright. This part is kind of annoying. You want to nunchuck spin, jump. Or at least try to. And just kill the Goombas. So now you're in here. You want to grab these. And you want to get up here. So then you want to get on this left side. We're going to do the skip to get up to the pipe here. The skip is really weird. You can do a triple jump, 2P jump, and it works pretty well. But if you're 1P, what you want to do, if you're Luigi, you want to backflip, spin, and then wall jump, and then spin really early. Just gonna look something like this. Something like that. I think you need to spin a little bit later. Like that. So then once you're here, you want to triple jump up here, and then just keep backflip spinning up. And then you get up here. Don't do this. So you can get in there. And then this planet, I'll show off the 1P stuff first. So you're just gonna take the Sling Star here. So if you are down here, there's one 2P strat you can do here, where you get. So I guess I should mention before anyone asks, you can't just do this. Like, you'll wall jump and then it'll just send you back this way. So I don't know. You use trick 1P? Maybe. Oh, you can? Okay. Well, anyway, I'll just show a couple of alternatives. So if you're 2P, I don't really know why you'd do this, but does it involve a mega triple jump, Gar? So if you're 2P, this is one alternative. You can do that. You need to make sure you wall kick before you 2P jump. You do that. It's like a sludgy hop. Okay. I'll just go over this. You can also, if you're 1P, you probably want to do this. Like, if you're pretty new, you can just do something like that. You can also go for a triple jump from the start, which looks something like this. Something like that. So then you really it should be backflip, spin, wall jump, spin, and then you make it up there, and then you just go to the star. So Yeah. If you're 1P and you're just starting out, I'd recommend just coming over here, because normally you're supposed to like get the water, but I would just recommend doing this and then just long jumping up to the star. But I'll show off the other 2P and kind of 1P strat. Creepy Gar in chat is saying that it can be done 1P if you do like a sludgy hop type thing, but I don't know. So again, you get up here, and then I like to do this double jump. So if you can, try to get backwards momentum from the last one that you kill and just fall right into the pipe. Nice jump though. So here I'll show off the 2P method. You don't even need to wall jump, like it's just that easy. You can long jump here or you can triple jump. Not really a huge difference. Okay, so here's the 2P trick that you can do. You want to go to the side of the cube where the sling star is, and then you want to get on top of the laser that's there. So I like to side flip 2P jump. So now I'm up here. And now I'm just going to tap down so I'm facing towards the camera, and I'm going to just backflip. And land right in the star. So apparently that's viable 1P. Getting onto the laser is the harder part. Doing the backflip is really, really easy. But yeah, that's the 2P strat for Dreadnought 1. Saves a good amount of time. Alright, Deep Dark 3. I guess just a few things to mention here. This one's really straightforward. This is the Guppy star. So unlike Sea Slide 1, there's not too many like extra star bits you can grab during this. But like as Mario, this is essentially the same as a casual playthrough. You just spin down. So I'd probably take 2P off for this one. With the exception of grabbing a couple of star bits here. So you just want to spin all the way down into Guppy. You don't even need to worry about error or anything, because the thing about these the rings is that the rings act as coins. So once you hit one, you get a coin, or you get healed a life, I guess. And then you just take the shell. You don't even need to like get a bubble or coins or anything. I'll also show one thing at the end that can kind of get you to the star a little bit faster. I like to avoid that speed ring thing, because it kind of makes it a little bit difficult. So what I like to do for this last one is I like to kind of go to the right of these three things, and when I get here I curve in left, and then it'll hit me and I kind of bounce inward towards where the star is, so then I just let go and just spin towards the star. So yeah, that's Deep Dark 3. Like, it's a pretty easy level, not too much there. Alright, Melty Molten 1. This one's a little bit more complicated. There's some more moving parts here. Let's talk about Melty Molten 1. Sorry about that. Okay, so make sure you get the starboards here. So you can go this way, and then when you're over here, these fire bars will be up, so you have to kind of go this way and then this way. The other thing you can do is you can go up the slope. So you start here, and then you kind of walk around, and then you long jump, and then you just run up the slope like this. And then you jump here. So if you are down here, you want to backflip, spin, get up here. So now you're in the same spot. This volcano can be really annoying to navigate. So then once you're here, you want to be here and face this way, kind of so you're facing away from this little pillar thing. And then backflip 2P jump if you have 2P. Obviously if you don't have 2P, I'll show you what you can do. You just backflip, slope jump. It's a little bit more annoying, but it works. So then just take the launch star. The Luma we're gonna feed in Melty Molten S, so you don't have to worry about that right now. So now you're going to jump or grounded 2P jump there, and then right here we're gonna skip across this way. So I'm gonna go back because it's kind of hard to explain without stopping. So you're gonna grab this pole star, grab that one, and then grab the right one there, that one, and you're not gonna let go immediate. You're not gonna let go as soon as possible, but you're not gonna like stop there. You're gonna like swing with it a little bit so that you don't take damage. This strat is kind of risky, but in Melty Molten 1 it doesn't really matter too much. Melty Molten Comet it becomes a little bit more risky, so like kind of like that. So you just swing around it a little bit, because if you're stopped, here, you're gonna take damage. So you need to make sure ideally you won't take damage, because taking damage is slow, but this is also something that's really risky to go for in Melty Molten Comet. So just like that, and then you come down here. If you don't want to do that, and I'll kind of show what you can do in the Comet to make it pretty safe. So you just stop here, stop here. You can go like that. You can play it a little bit risky, but again, it's kind of risky. So you want to make sure you're like kind of stopping at all of these, because if you have speed, getting to that launch star is a pain in the ass. Okay, so now you're here, and you just collect these star chips pretty much like this. Okay. So then you just kind of want a long jump. Okay, so right here, there's actually a way that a lot of people will just long jump onto this platform and then like kind of fall onto the next part, which will trigger the cutscene. But you could, if you go a little bit to the right here, you can actually skip that. It's kind of difficult to do though. It's a little bit weird, kind of like that. Or like I skipped landing. Okay, lava spire. So there's a lot of different strats you can go for here. I'll start with like the safest strat that's still kind of fast. I'd recommend you do if you start with the Daredevil, and then I'll move riskier and riskier. Okay, so this is safe strat that's still pretty fast. So you want to go over here, and then there's these three little wooden brick things. So you want to get up here, and then you get up here, and then you go up here, and then you just backflip, spin, wall jump, spin, and then you're at the top. So that's like pretty safe. Like, you can't really screw that one up. Like, getting this backflip isn't really super hard, and you have a lot of attempts at it. And if you fall down, I believe you land. I don't think you land on lava. Show something a little bit riskier. But not super risky. I think you can do something here where you like. There's something here that you can do. Something like that. And then from here, you either get up here and just continue, or you do a two-piece strat that I'll show off. So if you're right here, what you can do is you side flip, 2P jump, side flip, 2P jump, and then get up. So I'll show that again. I wouldn't recommend this strat. Like, I would either do the safe or the super risky. This is like kind of weird. Like, I don't really like this strat, especially because the wall is like not the easiest thing to find. Just like that. So you really want to get good at climbing up the lava spire pretty fast. Or not necessarily pretty fast, but like good enough that you're not, you know, going around the entire thing 20 times. Okay, now I'll show kind of the most optimal strat. Just long jump pro. So what I'd like to do is, in this cutscene, I'm spamming D-pad right so my camera turns. Okay, and then I'm gonna wall jump off the wall like up here. So backflip, spin, or you have to 2P jump first. Let's go that one. So it's backflip, 2P jump, wall jump, spin. And then you do the side flip 2P jumps. This long jump strat can be pretty risky to go for. So I turn the camera, backflip, 2P jump, wall jump, spin, side flip is 2P jump, side flip, 2P jump. I think there's a 1P version of this strat. I'm not exactly sure how you do it, but figure it out right now. Like if you miss the first 2P jump, you're not completely screwed. You basically have 2 shots at it, but so you like if you're doing 1P, you want to kind of like hold left and then wall jump here, jump side, or I don't think you can. Maybe there's some variation where you just do this. But if you're 1P, I would recommend you probably just go over here and go here, here, here. And that's not much slower than what the 2P does. All right, I'll show that from the start. So I'll do the slip. What the fuck? Okay, never mind. I'll do this one too. Okay, so then the lava spire. Don't go. I'm not gonna. Don't go for that in the fucking the comet. Shit's like stupid. I'll do the 1P strat here. Watch out for that guy, especially if you're on the comet. Like, if you need to, like, I don't know, go hit him or something. Okay. So that's Melty Molten 1. Alright, Deep Dark S. This one's a pretty easy one. The one thing you want to make sure is that when you're doing Deep Dark S, it's going to tell you to enter Deep Dark 1, but you want to do it in Deep Dark 3. And that's because the gate is there in Deep Dark 1. You can do it in Deep Dark 2, but the problem is that the camera is facing towards the the dude in the middle, the gunner guy. But so that just leaves Deep Dark 3 as being the easiest option. If you did it in 1, it wouldn't be a huge deal because you'd just use the cannon, but Deep Dark 3 is the fastest. Just go over here. And then compound down. So if you're Luigi, what you want to do is you just go over here and you grab. Dude, I wish I could spin that. You just want to grab the coin. And then just shoot the shell there. So now you're in here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna hold pretty much down left, or down right, sorry. Triple jump in here, and then we're gonna walk back over here, kind of more towards the red wall of where the light is, and then we're gonna spin, cancel, and jump, and that should get the boo into the light. And then ideally your jump will be around where the star spawns, which is right in the middle of the bottom. Sometimes the boo will be like in the corner, and it's just really annoying to deal with. So like right now he's in a good spot, so I just do that. And now I'm right on the star. If the boo's in the corner, you just kind of have to lure him around. So yeah, that star's pretty easy. Alright, Deep Dark Comet. This one we've set up for. So the first 2 phases should be both shells. And then the next phase will be fire, fire, shell, and then fire, fire, shell again. Getting into this fight, you want to do by... Also, you want to make sure you get these 5 star bits right there. I think it's 5. Might be 6. That's 7. So a couple methods. You can go up there, up on the stairs. You can also do this. And then when you're coming off of this wall kick, you want to hold like between up left and just straight left, because the cutscene trigger, like the edge of the cutscene trigger is kind of right there. You can also like, don't hit me please. You can also backflip, 2P jump. You can also wall jump off of various parts, but this one texture right here is probably the best spot to wall jump off of. Like, did I talk about Kamehameha? So I kind of talked about Kamehameha in Deep Dark 1, but I also have a video on my channel explaining Kamehameha, so I didn't really go over it too much. So again, now we have all shells, so we just... Yeah, I'll put the video in the description. So if you have 2P here, you can kind of kill a lot of these guys. Like, you can just hit all the fireballs. So again, if I wait to throw that shell so that the second fireball is, that the first fireball is kind of manipulated, then that saves me a little bit of time. But sometimes you can respawn the magic because which is a little bit annoying. That's deep dark comment. Pretty straightforward star. The one thing I will say is that when you're spinning to get a shell, don't jump and then spin to grab the shell. You want to spin on the ground, and that makes it, because sometimes your inputs will get eaten if you jump and spin. So like, I'm trying to show you. Just kill me, bro. So like you can shake like as hard as you can, and sometimes the spin just won't come out. Yeah, I'm not really I'm not really talking about stuff that's not related to this tutorial right now, just FYI, people in chat. So yeah, don't do that. That's bad. Okay. I think that's probably good enough for Deep Dark Comment. Just practice that level enough that you can do it without dying. That's like really a really important one. Because when you're starting out, you're probably going to lose a lot of time there if you just keep dying. But if you practice it enough, that's probably one of the levels that you definitely most need to practice. That and like Melty Molten comment. Alright, Dreadnought 2, probably the most asked for tutorial. I'm going to make one right now. Okay, so there's a pretty big skip here that saves about 45 seconds. I'm not going to cover the normal way because the normal way is just... You don't think you did this in the... Yeah, you can, Keegan. I did it, but then I think I died or something. So you just want to skip that screw. It's just a simple long jump, nunchuck, spin, hold aim. You can get over this laser, so you skip this first set of lasers, or the first set of flip panels. And then that's kind of the route for the flip panels there. Okay, I'll talk about, so this trick, you can skip killing both of these guys. I wouldn't really recommend it until you're probably sub 550, but I'll kind of explain how to do it. So right here, normally you'd kill these two guys, but what we're going to do is we're going to kill one of them and then stand on the platform that they're on, and then just long jump past. So we go to the second, there's kind of 3 bolts, right? So we're going to go to the second one, and we're going to long jump over to this edge, and then spin, slide on the wall for like half a second, wall jump, and then spin to hit the coconut back at him, and then he'll die, and then you land on there, and then wall jump across, or long jump across. So it looks something like this. And then sometimes the bridge will fall down if this guy shoots. He doesn't always shoot, but sometimes he will. Sometimes you just have to get around the bridge, kind of like this. I'll come back and explain that more a little bit, but I know people want to see this one, so I'll do this one right now. Okay, so here's what you're going to do. If you are Luigi and if you are Mario, this is a little bit different. So get on the platform. If you're Luigi, you want to you wait till it gets kind of between these 2 lasers, and then you're going to long jump to this platform. You're not going to die like I did, but you're going to long jump to this platform. Okay, so now you're here, and you want to wait, you want to long jump, and then you want to wait till just before you're under the next platform. I think you can make it spinless, but I don't know, I don't really like to risk it too much. You wait until just before you're underneath the platform, and then spin with nunchuck, and then kind of shake again so you get like a mid-air spin, and then you land on here. Now now we need to get out of bounds. So what I like to do is I like to kill the Goomba that's right here. So I'll do that. So now what I'm going to do is I need a little bit of speed. So I'm going to kind of run around in a semicircle, and then I'm going to jump off, do a single jump off. I'm going to like press, I'm just going to tap A, like I'm not going to hold it. But I also need to make sure that I don't jump at the very edge. If you're playing as Mario, you jump at the very edge. If you're playing as Luigi, you want to jump pretty well before the edge. So I'll show you what that looks like. Or actually, never mind, you do want to hold it. So now, when you get close to that area, you're holding down that entire time. You want to spin. You can spin if you need to. Sometimes you don't need to spin. But you don't want to spin until after the gravity changes. And then you hold A and then you land back in here. Okay. So then you long jump here. After I show this whole thing off, I'll kind of show things that can go wrong and how to remedy them. So now once you get to about here, you want to long jump out this way, holding down right. Then you want to really, really slowly switch to right. So you're going to like, probably over the span of like 2 seconds, you're going to switch very slowly from down right to right. And some people like to spin. I'll do this part first. So very slowly switch to right. Some people like to spin when they're kind of in line with this thing. You can spin and then you want to hold upright. If you're playing as Mario, you definitely need to spin, but if you're playing as Luigi, I personally don't like to spin. So then at this point you should be pretty much holding right, and then you'll land on the platform like that. And if you don't spin, it'll always be like you're landing on the very edge of the platform. That's just kind of how the trick works. So yeah, I'll show that a few more times. So some common mistakes, right? If you jump too late, you get something like that. So that happens because you jump too late. Sometimes you'll get stuck in a gravity, like a looping gravity that's right there. And that happens because you jumped too late. So notice how when I jumped that time, I jumped on the very edge. This time I'm gonna jump more towards the middle. And I'm only switching directions that I hold after Luigi has flipped gravities. So I switch from down to up. I'll show another mistake that I see. So like if you go too far back, which I mean I kind of did that on purpose, but you can go too far back. The platform is not as wide as it looks. You don't have that much space. So you really need to make sure that you don't go too far back. What else? If there's questions in chat, I can try to answer them. So, like this platform, it ends when it looks like it ends. So, yeah, you want to be kind of maybe here-ish, maybe a little bit further to the left. Another common mistake is this one. And that is because you were too far, you were too close to the wall. So you lost all your speed because you hit the wall. So that works. I personally recommend not spinning at all. Some people do. I'll show another mistake. So if I do that, that happened because I held down right the entire time. You're gonna make sure you're switching to right. I'll show what happens if you switch to right too quickly. Wow, that works. So the thing is that when you're holding down right, you're kind of like, so you start kind of further back and then you move forward. So you need some of that down right to like push you more forward, but you also need the right for the for the horizontal distance. So that's why it's so important to if you do that, you spun too early. So if you do this, that's kind of because you spun too early. Don't try to anticipate the spin. Only spin if you really need to. Like I can try to get out of bounds without spinning. So yeah, make sure you're holding A. So like I got out of bounds without even spinning. And you're just holding down that entire time. If you long jump too early, it'll probably look something like that. Okay, so yeah, that's probably the checkpoint's like right there, so that'll hit the checkpoint. Yeah, so just keep going to the end here. You can't really skip. Like this gap looks like it might be skippable. It is in fact skippable. It's just really hard to do. I really wouldn't recommend going for it. It's also, I also don't know how to do it myself, so. be right back. I need to go get something, and then I'll do a full run through, and I'll explain the first trick a little bit better. Alright, let me talk about the other trick a little bit more. Two. So if you're practicing Dreadnought 2 skip, I personally recommend that you practice it in Dreadnought purples. Just because it's going to save you time, so you don't have to do this beginning part every time. And also, if you hit the checkpoint by mistake, you spawn at the bottom instead of back at the top. So again, right here, you want to long jump at the second gear, and then you have to make sure you slide on the wall. If you don't slide on the wall, this will happen. Or that'll work here. Like sometimes he just won't shoot, and it'll be kind of dumb. It's not a super hard trick, but if you fuck it up, like you're all the way back here, so. See, like, if that happens, you're just like, well, what did I do wrong? I don't know. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything with Dreadnought 2. The skip is pretty hard. I would recommend learning it, though. It's not too bad. You can get it down. Alright, Deep Dark Purples. This is a level that a lot of people lose a lot of time on. but I'm gonna try to show you how to do it pretty fast. I'll show you the route and kind of how to do it. So first off, grab these star bits here again. So you're gonna start going back this way. You're gonna grab this one and you're gonna jump into the water and ground pound as soon as you're above the water. You're gonna hold up when you're ground pounding and then you're gonna spin down. The reason for holding up is that there's 2 coins underneath this thing. If you hold up, you're guaranteed to grab them, whereas if you hold like neutral or down or something, you won't grab them. So there, I have them homing in on me. You don't have to wait super long, but it helps. And there, I missed one. So you want to make sure you have 13 coming out of this bottom section. And you grab this one. And then what I like to do is I like to jump, wall kick, ground pound, keep holding Z. And what we're going to do is a water long jump. The way you do a water long jump is that you surface while holding Z and then hold A. I fucked that up because I didn't have speed. So jump, jump, ground pound, hold Z. Now hold A in the water and I long jump. So now I collect this one. Yeah, collect that one. Get this one. Jump into the water. Grab that one. And then I like to go like a little bit below the surface and grab these 2 with the spin. And then grab these. Yeah, Keegan. So then you're gonna grab this one. If you just like shake, he'll just jump out of the water. So then hold like right as you're going across here. Sometimes like right to down right. Jump out. Grab these. Jump, wall jump, spin. Okay. So now as you're going around this corner, you're kind of holding like right-ish. You can walk on this thing. It's not really helpful though. Jump out. Try to grab as many of these as you can. Okay, and then when you're going down here, I don't really shake to get out of the water for these, or for the ones on the side. Like when I'm over here, like I shake for the 2 under here because I don't need a wall jump or anything. Like I shake and then I shake. But if I'm doing these, like I think I'll probably like jump, wall jump, spin, like that. Yeah. So then jump, wall jump, spin, ground pound. So you need to make sure that like you could just shake and go all the way across here, but I think it's a lot easier if you just do a dive with Z again. Shake, grab this one, because now you're actually facing forward. If you just spin instantly, you won't be facing forward and you might go in the wrong direction. So then make sure you grab that one. You can miss that one pretty easily. So then if you're Luigi, you have to surface there again. If you're Mario, you don't have to surface, obviously, because you don't lose air as fast. So then you're gonna come back, make sure you grab this one. And grab these 3. And now you should be at 44 coming out of the water. So then grab this one, long jump up to this one. Try not to bonk. Long jump, backflip, spin, and then you get this one. You can try to go for starbits in the bushes here. Double jump, spin, backflip, grab these. Backflip, spin. Okay, and then now you have all of these. So you should have 58 leaving this this area. Then you're gonna go here. So then backflip, spin. So when you're going here, jump, ground pound down. Okay, so then you're gonna go around in a circle here and just grab all these. And then I like to 2P jump to get this. You can also just backflip and grab it. Doesn't really matter too much. Then with this one, you just long jump and then spin back so you land like where this one is. Jump down to grab this. One, two, three, wall jump. Okay. So that's Deep Dark Purples. Now I'll do a run through of it pretty fast. This one. This one, it doesn't matter too much if you skip the cutscenes, but you do want to remember that you want to get these Sarvets here. Okay. So, like, I think the best course of action is to just delay the second spin a little bit. So again, 12. Or wait. Yeah. Sometimes the purple coins will come to you a little bit later. So again, going in for that water long jump. Almost blocked there. This one's definitely one of the most annoying purple coin missions. Like to do fast. Like I think even when I had sub 550, I lost like 45 seconds to sea gold on this purple coin mission. Like this swimming is just terrible. But you just need to practice it. It's really like it's not a huge deal. Like what is this shit? Like and not even this one. So I just missed one. I'll need to get that when I come back the second time. So again, checkpoint count 44 coming out of the water. Looks good. So again, like as your time is getting better, you're gonna need to like really grind these purple coins to save chunks of time. Because like these levels are really what separates the world record contenders from the like 5-4X's, 5-5X's. And other levels too, obviously, but okay. Alright. Dreadnought 3. Dreadnought 3 is not too bad. Alright. So you want to just triple jump, or you can 2P jump to the Sling Star there. You want to start with this guy. You can like shoot him with star bits to... Like sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. Sometimes you can freeze him with 2P. But yeah, this part is just kind of annoying. You just need to get better at it. It'll come with time. Alright, this planet. So you want to just hit the switch. So I'd like to ground pound the switch and then jump down. Like that. 3, 4. And then I just grab this one. The order you do these doesn't matter too much. Alright, this planet is kind of annoying because if you get hit, you need to like, you can't just keep going at it because otherwise you'll die. Like I'll show you. So like, oh fuck. Great camera, bro. So like, yeah, like if you keep pulling at the further one in front of you, it's just gonna damage you down to 0. So oh, that was okay. I'm gonna try to show it for... Yeah, you can definitely grab the live stream. I usually don't, but I don't know. I'll just skip this because... If you're 2P, you can also like hold these guys down so they don't come back closer to you. Weird camera, bro. So, this is kind of how I do it really fast. You don't obviously need to go this fast, but... And then I just drop out and... oh shit. So like if I'm here and I have a little bit of speed, I can just do this and then drop and then hit the launch star. So, yeah, that's kind of the strat. This is just long jump simulator. Don't worry, you get to do it again. If you're at 1 health, I really would recommend grabbing that life stream. You don't have to, obviously, but you're better off not dying. And then this is just the same as, yeah, it's just the same as Battlerock. Except you don't have as big of a hitbox on the lasers, but sometimes you can just hit the lasers where there isn't even a laser. And sometimes you can not hit a laser where there is a laser, like that. But yeah, Dreadnought 3, pretty simple. Okay, Melty Molten 2, this is like definitely one of the hardest levels. But The thing about this is that if you die at all, you have to, the cycles are a little bit different at the end. So, yeah. So we'll start here. You wanna just get this guy up. Sometimes he just doesn't want to go up. I don't really know how or why to make it consistent, but okay. So this 2D section, you can skip it. Honestly, like, even if you're like low level, if you like kind of know how to do this trick, it's definitely faster to just keep going for it than it is to go around. Like, okay, so this is how you do it. So yeah, that would have worked. Obviously, I just didn't go to launch time. You need to jump underneath an invisible wall. There's kind of an invisible wall here. Like, you can't just, you know, do this. You should just die. So what you need to do is you need to jump underneath the invisible wall. So I don't really have a good timing for when to spin. Kind of like in the middle of that third, like 3 blocks, kind of in the middle of the third one, I guess. It keeps working. It's either an invisible wall or weird gravity. I don't know which one it is, but it's stopping you from just long jumping over. So that's one way to do it. I think that probably would have worked, but I don't know. Another way you can do it if you have 2P is you can backflip and 2P jump, but you need to wait really late in order to get the 2P jump, or in order to not have it fucked up. Like, if you do that, you're just gonna get spat back to the start. I don't really know why that happens, but yeah. Trick's kind of weird. Play around with it. You'll figure it out. Okay, now this part, you just want to long jump here. Get this one. Try not to die. Get this. And this part, personally, I like to triple jump, 2B jump to get over here. You don't have to do anything. You can just walk around. You can also back these. You can also just backflip spin. But I've had trouble with it in the past, so I don't exactly like to do it. Luring this guy could be kind of awkward, but if you have 2P, it makes it a little bit easier. So yeah, let's do the last planet now. Alright, so now I'm on death cycles, so if you die at all, or if you die at the end, you're gonna be on the death cycles, so I need to reset this anyway because they've been moving since I've been talking. So I'll show you what to do if you're on death cycles for the end ball part. You definitely want to practice the death cycles and the you haven't died yet cycles. So you just want to jump here, jump, jump, and then you're good. My PB actually has a lot of deaths in this part. Try not to like get hit by anything, because if you get hit by anything, like this one right there will be in your way. So it's like not nearly as fast. And because like if I was like, oh no, I got hit by something, I got stuck. Like if you do that, you have to like kind of go up here and then up here, and then like you can still barely make it, but it's just kind of weird. I guess more realistically, you're probably getting hit by that meteor, but I didn't make it to the meteor in time, so. Oh no, I got hit. You can go the other way around without that one up, but it can be kind of weird. Also, those jumps are really annoying. Like you don't want to have to chain 2 jumps in a row. It just doesn't really work out well. Okay, now I'm gonna try to show. I'm gonna show off the level, but with the normal non-death cycles. The non-death cycles are kind of like the death cycles if you screw up. Because obviously, like when you screw up, the cycles have been moved on a little bit further. So I'm gonna do these on non-death cycles. Or at least try to get there without dying. What's up, Dilly? Probably not. I don't know. It's hard to say. Keegan. Keegan asked if you're on. Actually, I'll read it in a sec. I gotta do this. Keegan asked if you're on cutscene cycles and can't make that cycle, would it be faster to take an intentional death? And I think the answer is probably no. Okay, so these are the cutscene cycles. So yeah, see, these are like kind of both in the way, and you need to like go out and then do that. So yeah, I mean, I think like, because that one's like pretty small, but so you can't really make it on that one. But I think it would probably still be faster. The cycles are affected by the movement also because, like as you can see, I'm standing here and these things are moving. So, like if I was on cutscene cycles, but I like sat here for 10 minutes, like the cycles would still be different. So, yeah. That's pretty much it for Melty Molten 2. It's a pretty hard level, definitely when you want to practice if you're getting to top level. You can do this, I guess. It's kind of slow though. Alright. I guess enough Melty Molten 2. Alright, Dreadnought Secret. So this is the second garbage minigame. I think there's a fast strat here. I don't really go for it. I think Rockin' goes for it. But it saves like maybe 7 seconds. Dreadnought Secret right down here. Yeah. Literal garbage minigame. TF. I personally just like to light all of the... or just hit all of the lights. I don't think this might still work. So then I like to throw one in the middle here so that all 3 bombs explode at the same time. So yeah, I'll do that one more time. I don't really need to light that one. Actually, I might hit all 4. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, just Dreadnought S. There's a faster strat there. I think the IL record does it, but I don't know. I know that XZ Rockin' does it, I think. So, yeah. I think Battlerock probably also does it. That's pretty much all I have for Dreadnought S. Dreadnought Comet is like the same as Dreadnought 3, so just repeat. Alright, Melty Molten 3. If you make sure when you go into Melty Molten 3 that you check how many star bits you have, because this is another spot. This is probably the last, like, second to last, like, good spot for farming. You want to make sure that you have about 2350 coming out of this level. If you're running 2P, you can go with like 1900 out of this level. But I'll show you where you need to farm. Okay, so you're going to go out here. And then just kind of keep going this way. So a couple different strats to get up to the pipe. A backflip from there won't work. A regular backflip from there won't work. You can kind of go over here. Oh, also I should mention you need to keep all 3 health if you want to do the next skip. You can go over here, backflip, wall jump, and then you're in. You can also go over here, get in like that. But there are a couple other options. You can get here and do like a boosted backflip from this platform. I'm gonna try to get it. I know Jake goes for it. I know Sam also goes for it. So yeah, like something like that where you get a boosted backflip, but I personally wouldn't recommend it. But yeah, so just get in there, get in the pipe. So now, okay, so this skip, we're gonna just skip. You normally are supposed to kill all these guys, but we're just gonna skip this planet. It's not too hard. Okay, so when you exit the pipe, you want to hold straight right. And then when you get to this, like, this line that my 1P cursor is tracing, you're going to switch to upright, and then you're going to long jump, and you're going to kind of, like, while you're in the long jump, you want to go, like, kind of shift between upright and right, just to, like, bring it a little bit more to the right so you don't fall back in the gravity field of this. And then when you get close to the lava, you want to spin, and then you're going to take 2 damage, and then you're going to land over there. So it's going to look like this. Upright. Okay, so now I'm over here. Now I want to, when I land, I'm going to long jump and go towards the launch star. And how did I not die there? So yeah. So now when you're at this planet, you want to just walk off the edge and hold right the entire time. You're not going to die. Just trust that you're not going to die. This platform's going to catch you. So you want to jump, and then grab these 2. Jump. And then get this one. And I get this one. It's very important. You don't want that Mega Mushroom because we're going to be, or the Life Shroom, we're going to be dying to do some Starbit collection. So you can do like a triple jump like that. It works sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. So then right here, you may be asking, I have enough Starbits. Can I just skip this? And I recommend that you don't, because you don't want to go into Fiery Dino Piranha with 1 health. So you're just going to take a death. And then if you're 2P and you have enough Starbits, you can continue going. If you're 1P and you have enough, you can keep going. If you don't have enough, what you want to do is you want to turn to the left, backflip, grab all these, and lava boost holding up. So again, backflip. And that's how we farm Starbits in Melty Molten 3. The other benefit about taking a death is that these Starbits on these planets respawn. So then you want to just come around here and hit him. This fight can be kind of annoying. So this one he goes pretty long before he is no longer fire. I missed the chance. This fight is kind of cringe. This one is like medium length, and then the last one is like short length. For this one, if you get around fast enough, you can hit him the first time. He's vulnerable, but I would recommend playing it safe and just go the second time, but that one worked on the first time. Alright, I'll do that one more time. Oh shit. So again, don't forget to check how many star bits you have going into this level. So again, for this skip, you're holding right, and then you hold down right, or up right when you get to the little circle. Then you fall. And you jump. Like that. And then right here, you're just gonna hold right. Just walk off. Trust. I don't think I've ever seen, just FYI, I don't think I've ever seen an incident where someone held right and didn't land on the platform. Okay, so then you grab these, take your death. So then farm if you need to. If you're low. So again, try to have about 2350 coming out of here. It's generally a good number. In this fast cycle, you can go for slower cycle and you just wait out a little bit longer. But yeah, there you go. So that's Melty Molten 3. Alright, Melty Molten Comet. I don't think I'm gonna cover too much of this one because I already covered Melty Molten 1. Like, it's not really that much different. You just have to make sure you play it a little bit safer. Definitely, like, if you're gonna, like, in the lava spire, try not to risk it too much, especially considering if you die, you lose like 2 minutes. But yeah, that's really all I have to say about Melty Molten Comet. Just Melty Molten, refer back to Melty Molten 1. Alright, Melty Molten Secret. We're almost to the end of Garden. Alright, skip cutscenes here. So you've skipped cutscenes here. You can grab this. This is not gonna make a huge difference. So you're gonna use your preferred method to get up to here, similar to Melty Molten 1. So you get that up here, and then you're gonna go into the volcano this time because you need the star bits. Make sure you get as many of these as you can. And then this Luma here wants 80, so you feed her 80. And then, okay, so when you're here, the order is down, left. I believe it's down, left, down, down, left. I'll show you how to do it. I ideally would want 3 health going into this, but it's okay. Yeah, like ideally you want to be full on health So down, left, down. If you need it, you can get the, yeah. So if you die here, the camera's like pretty fucked. You're going this way though. This kind of gets it back to where it's supposed to be. Go down left. I'm gonna reset the level just because this is like cringe. Like if you die, the order, I guess the order doesn't really matter too much. But it can be kind of troll. So, I mean, like, you can get that crystal, or you can not get that crystal, like, if you're gonna do this strat. You're probably not getting the crystal, which is fine. So then again, you're going down here, getting some star bits. So again, well, you're gonna go down, left, down, and left. So down. Try not to get hit. Left, down. Get that life shroom if you need it. Down, and then left here. And then the star spawns, well, now behind me. See, it's a pretty cringe level, but it's another one that, like, you just kind of forget about, but is, like, kind of worth practicing, like remembering the route and shit. Okay, Dreadnought purples, like, you really don't need to practice. Like, just try not to go for, like, really, really risky shit, because, like, you don't want to die in Dreadnought purples. It's just time loss. Matter Splatter, though, I am going to show off a couple 2-piece strats here. So if you're 1P, like, this is really, you just skipped in Melty Molten purples, this is not really that relevant. But if you're 2P and you're looking to save a little bit of time, you can. Keep watching this part. So, you would think because 2P can just 2P jump that you can just do this springless. And you can. It's just that it's slower because there's a 2P trick that you can do here. So, start the thing. And then with this spring mushroom, you can do mid-air 2P jumps with the spring. So the way you do it is you just ground pound. You don't even have to shake, you just ground pound. And then press A on the 2P remote. So the reason that we don't want to do springless is because there's a skip at the top to get to the Sling Star a little bit faster. And I'm only going to show it once because I don't want to sit here. I don't want to sit through this again. Ideally, you want to get 121 star bits from this level. Okay, so right here you need to basically start preparing to do the trick. So you can do it on the left side or on the right side, it doesn't really matter. You just need to make sure that you're going into this with some speed, and then you can turn around and get more and build up a little bit more speed. So now I need to turn around. So you need to go into that jump with speed. If you don't go into that jump with speed, it's not gonna work. Or if you go into the jump with no speed, it's not gonna work. But yeah, that's it for Matter Splatter. Just, you can learn that if you want. It's not like super critical. Melty Molten Purples. Okay. So with this one, you really want to get the life up or the life mushroom. Like, yeah, it'll lose you a little bit of time, but it makes it so much safer, and you can also play the level a lot riskier. So I'll show kind of the fast route for this. You kind of go get these and then long jump back across. So you want to catch this cycle when it's up so that you can just damage and get all three of these. And then this is kind of like a shitty cycle for this, but you can go here. The thing about this is that if you can't do that damage to get all three from the other side. If you go at it from here, you'll only get the top two. So you have to come at it from this side. Just thought I'd mention that. So then grab this, let it sink a little bit, and grab those two. So I guess the checkpoint there coming across is 34. So then just kind of sync with this platform. And you can grab this coin behind here without hitting the lava. Make sure, don't forget about this coin, because that coin is pretty bad to forget about. You're gonna grab these. Okay, and then you need to get up here, up to this top part. You can do that a couple different ways. 1P, it's a little bit troll. 2P, it's pretty easy. 1P, you can do it like this. It's a little awkward though. You do it like that, 2P. You can also just do that, 2P. You can hit that down, but it makes it a little bit, it makes the route kind of slow. You grab these. Okay, so that long jump right there. Dude, can you like... You want to do it kind of like before the third coin. You'll hit the third coin every time. You just need to long jump. And you grab this. So it's checkpoint, everyone's favorite number, 69 going into the Sling Star here. And then you just kind of hold down right. And then I like to, you can slide into it. You like, if you don't have the life up mushroom, you can just jump in ground pound and it'll grab it. Long jump back. Turn the camera. Just hold neutral here, and it'll grab all three coins. And you grab these two. grab the rest of these. If you have the life up mushroom, you can take damage there, and that makes that coin getting a little bit easier. Okay, so then you want to get up here, and then you can hold like between down and down left, and just do a triple jump. And then you make it up there. Make sure you don't fall off the back, 'cause if you fall off the back, you've just lost 3 minutes. So I guess if you like want something safer, you can just hold down. And or just like go over here, backflip up. And, yeah. I'll do it again, just do it again pretty fast. So like barely made that cycle. If you get that one coin, like you're fine, and then you can get the other coin. But if you miss the coin that's on top of the lava pillar thing, it's kind of shitty. This one here. So again, long jump a little bit for that coin. So that's Melty Molten purples. Alright, let's do Snowcap. This is probably... This level is kind of annoying. You gotta get this one down. Don't fall off the edge there. It's really bad. It loses like 45. Believe it or not, I did that in a run once. I don't think the run was good though. So just spin and grab the shell, and then come back. Okay, so you're gonna start and grab this flip switch, and then you're gonna go this way. So now we're looking for the flip panel, so it's kind of like in the middle, and this one's like near the bottom here. If you like keep your cursor like a little bit ahead of Luigi, it'll like clear the snow, which saves a little bit of time. the first bunny is right there. So we want to unlock him. And we don't want to be where I was. Kind of worked out anyway. You want to kind of be behind him so he jumps that way, and then you kind of chase him around and get him somewhere around there. But you want to get him before you finish the flip panels. So then you finish the flip panels, get there, open this snowman. This snowman will give you the next bunny, but you want to make sure that this, when you get this snowman, you're facing, like, you and the snowman and the hole on the other side are like kind of in a line so that the bunny goes that way. If you're standing like over here or something, the bunny's gonna run that way, and you don't want that. You want the bunny to run towards the hole, because when we get the shell, we're gonna shoot the shell at the chest and the bunny is gonna fall in the hole. So if they're both in the hole, it's better. So we're gonna do like this, and he's gonna run that way. And center the camera, grab that, and then jump and shoot. Oh shit. Okay, this shot is really annoying. So then that one's gonna fall in the hole, and then you need to lure this one into the hole as best as you can. And then just catch the rest. So I'll show that off a couple more times, because that star is really annoying. If you can get under 100 on the in-game timer, that's pretty good. If you get under 110, that's even better. So this is kind of like Melty Molten secret in that, like, lower level runners will lose a lot of time to top level runners here and just kind of not really understand why. So again, like, grab these flip panels, keep the cursor a little bit ahead of Luigi. So you grab that guy when you're like in line with it, I guess. And then you just grab him. Now we're gonna do this part. Good. Okay, now this guy's kind of stuck here. So we need to get him unstuck. So yeah, now he's unstuck. And now they're both in the thing, and they're jumping on top of each other. So yeah, there you go. 106. Not too bad. If you, like, worst case scenario, it all gets screwed up. And what you want to do is kind of walk behind them, because wherever, like, if you think about the bunny, like you and then the bunny, and then if you like drew a line, that would be like where they go. So if you're here and the bunny's here, they will go that way. So just think about that when you're doing the bunnies. Okay. Space Junk Purples. This one is not too hard. This one is running speed long jump heaven. Everyone and their damn mother loves running speed long jumps. Make sure you talk to Toad though, because we're getting Battlerock Luigi soon. We'll talk to Toad to fill up on lives. Okay, so none of the stars in Fountain 2 are really all that hard. Well, this is pretty much the only one I have to show off because both these other ones are in any, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Rolling Green's in any percent, Battlerock Luigi's in any percent. Battlerock Purples is just, don't miss a purple, it's basically like Dreadnought Purples. Alright, so with this first one, you just want to get like the right half. And long jump this way. Get all these. Okay, so right here there's a very famous clip of me being too far this way and bonking on this thing. I almost recreated it there. Just when you're long jumping from this one to this one, be closer to the bottom than you are the top. If you're like near the top, you'll just bonk sometimes, very rarely. It's probably not going to happen, but it happens more frequently if you're at the top. So yeah, then just keep going across the top. You can do these long jumps pretty blind, like they're just like down, right, down, right, down, right. It's pretty easy. So yeah, that's Fishing Purples. Rolling Green, just make sure you know that you don't have the tutorial anymore because we did Melty Molten 2 earlier. So we skipped the cutscene here. Battlerock Purples is, just don't miss a purple. Battlerock Luigi, if you go for the skip, again, just make sure you know that you're lower on star bits. Alright, Beach Bowl Purples. At this point we're at like 92 or 93 stars, I think. Not exactly sure how many. Close to the end. I think at this point in the run I have like an hour 25 left. Alright, this is another one where A, 2P saves a lot of time, and B, knowing the route also saves a ton of time. I'm just practicing it. So, again, there are some star bits underneath here that you can collect. Make sure you get those. I'm going to start going here. Get these. So what I like to do is I like to skip this one. I like to skip this one and get it on the way back because we're gonna go up here. So now I'm here. I'm gonna long jump over here, and then now I get onto the swing, and I'm gonna swing towards the camera first, and then back away, and now I'm up here. And then, camera's really weird here. So go up here. So the thing about this section is that when you're on these palm trees, the less you spin, the more optimal it is. But also the less you spin, the riskier it is that you'll fall off. So you just need to practice and like get the angles down. Okay. So now, once you're up here, 42 coins, right? If you're 2P, you're just gonna keep going. If you're 1P, you're gonna grab the spring mushroom. Go up here and get these. I'm gonna show the 2P route first. So if you're 2P, you're just gonna come up here. Just this is basically like Beach Bowl 1. Yeah. And then get these two. These two. So now once you're here, you're gonna triple jump, 2P jump, 1, 2, 3. Not 2P jump. 1, 2, 3, 2P jump, grab the coin, ground pound down, go over to this one, long jump to that one. You can go over this gap. It'd be kind of risky because if you die, you just lose 2 minutes. Don't try and play this too risky because if you die, you lose a shit ton of time. So then again, right here, you want 61. And you're gonna long jump. You're gonna long jump up and then kind of curve in left to get the coin underneath the waterfall. So 62. And then you're gonna long jump and you're gonna hold up and then you're gonna hold left and then you're gonna hold right. Go up. Or actually it's up, right, left. Yeah, so up and then right and then left. And then you come down here, you're gonna get this coin in the corner. Get that one on top of the rock, that one here. Grab an air bubble if you need it. I don't really need it that much. I'm gonna grab this one now. So, and then 69 out of the water, and you want to go up to the vine. So get all those, and then go around the vine, get all these. And then you can either 2B jump or backflip up there. So again, let me show this part again, because this part is like the part that a lot of people have trouble with. Motherfucker. Is when you get up here. So you're up here, right? And then you're gonna long jump forward, curve in, grab the thing, long jump, hold up, so then up, and then switch to right. Sometimes it just doesn't work. This is just the way that I think works the best for me. So up and then right, and then left will curve him back. That shit took me a really long time to drill out when I was learning how to do this star fast, but knowing how to do that will save you a bunch of time. So yeah. So then again, up, right, Alright, I'll do a quick run through of that one more time. Sure. Okay, you don't want that. Sometimes this thing will be higher than that thing, and if so, you can just walk. Like if this one is bobbed up, and you can just walk. If it's like this, you have to kind of either jump or just, you know, wait. Like this time, yeah. So again, I'll just show the 2P route here because I think the 1P is just like it's pretty obvious what you have to do. You just get to this part as fast as possible and just get it, and then dump the spring mushroom. So again, you're going right and then you're going left on the control stick in that lagoon area. Gonna need that air bubble. Alright, yeah, that's it. Okay, so yeah, just grab the star from there. Oh wait, shit, cancel. I don't know why I hit reset again. Okay, Buoy Base S is the same. Ghostly Purples. Let's see this one. So there's like kind of a route for this one, but if you don't follow it, it's not the end of the world. So I like to grab that life shroom, and then I pull to this one, and then I go kind of up here, and then I kind of cycle around for a bit. Oops. So I go kind of around the entire perimeter, basically up to the top, until I get about here. And then I'm going to go down this way, and cut in here. I'm going to go across. And then you just kind of have to find coins until you have enough. I'll show that a couple more times. You don't really need cutscene cycles here, it doesn't matter too much. So again, you go straight through here, grab the life up shroom, because if you get hit by too many mines, you don't want to die. You just kind of like pull there and you'll get a ton. Alright, so that's Ghostly Purples. Drip Drop is the same. The one thing I'll mention is that when you're finished feeding the Drip Drop Luma, if you have less than 400 left, you might be collecting not enough star bits, but that's okay because you can get backups later. There are places to get backups all the way up until star, I think. Like, they're relatively good backup places all the way up until star like 116 or 117, I think. So, yeah. So yeah, just drip drop any percent. Alright, Gusty Garden Purples. This bedroom segment is pretty annoying. I don't like this bedroom segment too much, but Gusty Garden Purples is okay. Okay, so this is the route for Gusty Garden Purples. There's not too much going on here. You just have to know the route and you'll save a good bit of time. Even if you don't know the route, like, you'll be fine. So you just do this. This Goomba can be in the way. So you get this one, and then you go over to here, and you grab all these. And ideally you want to be at 23 here. You shouldn't have missed any thus far. And then you go across here, long jump. You can try to get running speed long jump like I did there. And then you want to be 52 here is pretty good. There are like tons of backup coins here, so won't be too worried. And then the route here kind of assumes that you're able to just kind of walk across these pretty quickly, which, I mean, it's not super hard, and if you fall, you just get back up. I have a lot of extras, I think. Actually, never mind. So, you want to make sure that you're coming onto the last part with 91. So, into this last part, I need 91 coins because there's 3 here. And then there's 6 in the fountain. That wasn't too bad. A good time for this one is over 110 left on the timer, so I know like CK, and I think CK in his record got 118 left, which is pretty solid. I think the IL record has like 125 left, which is pretty insane. But I'll do that one more time. So like if you miss a purple coin in this first part, like I did there, you can just leave it because there are a lot of purple coin backups that you can get along the way. Try to avoid getting hit if you can. If you need to get back up, you can side flip, back flip, single jump, spin. This coin's a pretty good backup coin if you need it. I still need one more. You get the idea? Okay, so that's Gusty Garden purples. Alright, Dusty and Secret. So this one's in 3. When you're flying in, you want to this one with the cutscene is different than without the cutscene. So when you have the cutscene, you want to hold up left and then backflip and hold down right, and then you'll land on the switch. Oops. Oops. Like that. And then you want to get this. You like do a side flip 2P jump into the launch star. Okay. Worth noting here, there is a starship skip here, but it's really hard and basically no one except for Valu and potentially CK when he comes back go for it. So it's like, it only saves like 15 seconds. Make sure you get the Starbits from that end there. Try not to miss the cycle for this. Don't die like I did. If you jump over that starship, it doesn't matter too much. And crouch under there to get that starship as fast as you can. Alright, so the way to activate Gusty Garden S is hitting this stump that you can see right there. If you miss it, you want to just do Gusty Garden 3, because when you are on death, like the alternative that some people try to do is dying, but if you are on death cycles, it's more difficult to hit the stump like fast enough. Thanks for the good luck, Dablicious. So if you miss the stump, you just want to die, or you just want to keep going with Gusty Garden 3. It'll mess up your comet cycles a little bit, but by the time you get through everything, just as long as you do all of the comets, like do a when you see a comet, just do a comet, and it'll be fine. One sec. So, again, just ground pound. Dude, okay, so you really don't want to miss that first cycle. If you have 2P, you want to make sure you get that bullet bill. If you have 1P, it's like not that big a deal. So I like to just hold this bullet bill for a good bit until this cage shows up. It's like almost here. Yeah, it's right there. So then it just hits it. And then getting back up, you can backflip. I think you can backflip spin while jump spin. You can definitely triple jump spin while jump spin. You can also backflip 2P jump while jump spin. You can also go into this cubby hole. Backflip spin while jump spin. Backflip spin. So yeah, that's how you do that. Pretty straightforward level. There's not too much going on there. Hi, Ghost. Alright, Freezeflame Purples. This one's a pretty hard one. It's gonna take a while before you actually are good at it. But I'll show you the route for Freezeflame Purples. So jump and then ground pound here. So you grab this first one. I went over the Camel Manip in another video that's already on my channel, Ghost. So you can watch that if you want it for Deep Dark. problem. So you want to just keep going around this way, and then you have these 10, and then you get up here. So yeah, now then you go this way. So now you're down here. So then you want to get these 3, and then get these 3. So then right here you're gonna get up here. So backflip, spin, wall jump, spin. Grab this one, and then don't forget this one. 27 into the Sling Star there. I have 2 weird modes connected because I'm playing with 2 players. Some runners prefer to play with 2 players because you can do things like a 2P jump. It's not possible with 1P. You can also do things with enemies. So yeah. And right here, you're gonna grab this and then grab this purple coin, just long jump around. You can do that or you can backflip over. It doesn't really matter either way. Yeah, no worries. So then you get that, and then don't any percent muscle memory and go up this way. Grab this purple and then come down this way. Don't die. You can okay, you can go over this snowman or you can go around the snowman. I'm not the current record holder. The current record holder is Mr. Cloud Kirby. His time is about 9 minutes better than mine. So you can go around like this. I think it's a little bit risky because if you get bumped by the snowman, you're gonna fall off and you're just down 2 minutes. So you want to get that coin down there, get up here, and then get over here, grab this coin, and then go up here, grab this, and then you can skip getting any sling stars around here, come up this way, and go across. I may go for the record at some point. I just I'm not doing a whole lot of runs right now. So then now you're at the top of the peak. You need to make sure you have 43 right here, and then you're gonna long jump down here. You can spin and ground pound. It gets kind of risky though. Make sure you see your shadow before you ground pound. And then get this one. Don't take the Sling Star because that'll put you at the front and you don't want that. What you're gonna do instead is you're gonna go down right and you're gonna long jump. Switch to down left. And now you're over here where the bear and burr fight is. So then grab these. So you get all the way to here and then you're gonna go up here. See you later, Ilhan. There are splits in the SMG server. This is just the standard route. I was using this so that people could follow along. Yeah. It's just the standard 120 route. So you grab these 3. Yeah, there are splits on SRC. Yeah, I just took them from there. I just took a clean split file from there. So you want to grab these 2. If you miss the second one, that's like pretty bad. If you miss the first one, it's not as bad because you can just sling star back up. Okay, so now as I'm falling down here, I'm looking at these dudes. You can post them in chat if you want, Ghost. If they're together, I know that by the time I walk over there, they're going to be back out. So if they're going to be back out, I'm going to grab this coin down here. And if they're not going to be back out, then I'll just skip this coin and grab it later. So I grab this coin now because they're out, and then I come back. So now I long jump over here to grab this coin. Get these 4, and then ground pound down, get this one. And then hold down right and long jump. And now I'm where these 3 are. Get these. Get these 2. And then if you miss this one, or if you skip this one earlier, you get that one. Then you're going to backflip. Grab the coin. You can also do this with a jump spin. Like that. And go across. And then some people like to, from here, long jump. I think it's kind of finicky, so I just fall down here. Long jump back across. 97, 98. Long jump with a down right angle there. Careful here, because if you take too much damage, the water will kill you. Get across here, and then done. And then try to long jump here without falling in the water. I'll do the whole thing one more time. Just kind of all in quick succession. That's not Freezeflame purples. Oh, let me put some water. Actually go to the right galaxy this time. Alright, so if you get a 1-frame jump there, you can, you'll still be in the ice skating animation. So that's optimal, but if you miss it, you know, it's a 1-frame jump, like, you can't really do much about that. So again, you get these 3, backflip, grab this one, and then get these other 3. Don't miss that one. If you miss that one, you can just get it when you come back down at the end. But if you like have counts in your head that you're looking for, it'll kind of mess it up. The route seems scary for 2P. Yeah, The route for 120 is a little bit scary for 2P because if you want to skip farming, you have to get a lot of extra star bits in the first 14-ish levels. But after that, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, Ghost, the thing is that even though you do Sweet Sweet after you complete Sling Pod, you're like intended to starbit grind, but 2P kind of skips that, so we're trying to change it though. At least I'm trying to change it. I think I was gonna grab. So then if you like the easiest way to get these is to just kind of face that way and just do that. So like there I probably could have gone either way, but yeah. So I like to long jump for that one. I long jump down and then just kind of hold down right through most of it. I'll do that. So I like to like just spam D-pad right when I'm getting that last one. That's Freezeflame Purples. Dusty Garden 3. Dusty Garden 3 is just a really annoying level. I don't like this one at all. It's probably my second least favorite level in this game. Obviously it's pretty much the same. The one thing here is that when you skip the cutscenes, you're actually going to be in a different spot. So instead of backflipping down right, like you did in Dusty Garden Secret, you're going to backflip just straight down. You're right there, as opposed to like over here. Make sure you still get that question mark coin. Good 30. You get the chicken. You always miss mid-game. I mean, Garden is pretty pog. Just go back and watch the VOD, TF. Yeah, all this is just pretty much the same. The one thing here is that if you come into this wall jumping with like a diagonal angle, you'll like wall kick off the back wall at some point. Yeah, Garden is pretty cool skips. Like, if you, what you really want to do is make sure you have a straight left or straight right angle. It's not even a new skip, Ghost. It's actually old, but yeah, new in parentheses. Okay, so right here you just want to take this coconut and hit the thing, and that's pretty easy. Okay, so this planet is probably the most troll. I don't really know a good way to do this part other than just what I do here. So you just want to hit this coconut Sometimes it'll land kind of on land, sometimes it won't. Like this time it's on land. Yeah, so then just hit it towards there. Sometimes you have to kind of kick it. I'm gonna wait for it to respawn. Like sometimes we like do a bad one on purpose here. Yeah, like that's a terrible one. Because that's just gonna fall all the way back. Unless it landed on the... yeah. So, if this happens, you just kind of have to like kick it until it's like kind of in a good spot, or you can just like throw it around and then like kick it onto one of these like flat platforms and then just do this. Fuck you. Yeah, like this is like really just annoying. Yeah, if you don't get good coconut placement, you're just kind of screwed. Yeah, like it's really hard to hit it in the sand without the angle changing, which is what makes it so annoying. Okay, and then right here, you just want to hold down left, jump, and then ground pound down, and you'll land near the pipe. Just get in the pipe, bro. So then this part is just really annoying to do fast, because you can't wall jump off of the middle part. You can. You'll 99 times out of 100 you're gonna spin bonk if you try to spin. Like spin bonk, spin bonk. That one didn't spin bonk. Just try to get up here as fast as you can. There's no like really good way to do this part. 1, 2, 3, triple jump. You can also double jump spin. Either or. Okay, that's like basically all you need to know about Dusty Dune 3. Alright, Dusty Dune Purples. And this one's definitely like one of the most troll levels in the game. And I mean, it's not great that it's very late in the run, but it's... I guess it's fine. Alright. Okay, so with Dusty and Purples, like there's not really like a route necessarily. It's just kind of like you just kind of try to optimize it as much as you can. I don't know, like something like Dusty and Purple, it's hard to get good at it without just playing more risky. So I'll just kind of show you how to do it. It's not like there's any trick that's gonna save you like a lot of time. I like to grab these Yeah, like, don't do that. So you want to grab the ones that I just died on with backflips. Yeah, if you fall in the sand, you're just dead. I'm just gonna get to where I was and then just keep going from there, because I don't know, like this beginning part is just pretty easy. Like it's basically whatever you want to go for. Can't really like teach you how to do Dusty Dune purples. Just try to go for the backflips if you feel comfortable going for them. You don't need to play the star super risky to get like a super good time. Or to get a super good time, but like pretty decent time. You don't need to play this super risky. Okay, so now here. I wouldn't say there are exactly checkpoints, like checkpoint coin counts for this level, but just kind of, you know, go with whatever. Like just like if you're newer, just like look back every once in a while and be like, okay, do I see any that I missed? Can I stop dying, please? So you'd be here. You get these. Shit. So then, to avoid those little things that spin around, you want to hold Z. And you're gonna crouch under them. Just try not to die here, like. Alright, and then make sure, like, try not to miss any of these, and don't make this last one your 100th purple coin, because if the star spawns while you're in the air, you're just like, it's just asking for disaster. And then I like to ground pound to grab this one. So that you're stuck in the sand, so you kind of know what direction to hold. But yeah, that's like basically all I have for Dusty Dune purples. Honey Climb is just any %. Dusty Dune Comet is just Dusty Dune 2. Dusty Dune Green, okay. Oh, also, I guess I should mention Dusty Dune Comet. you can't do the thwomp jump. So you have to either do the skip or you have to go around normally. But yeah. That's hitting green. Again, this one's in Dusty Dune 2. So you'd skip the cutscenes here. One, two, three, spin. Fast activation. Make sure you have 20 star bits out of here. Max you can get is 21. You probably don't want to do that. You probably just want to walk down. Feed the Luma. You'll have one left, so just get rid of it. One left is really not going to do you a whole lot of good. You can play this part kind of risky. You can also play kind of safe. If you want to play it safe, you just open this crystal and then go up. If you want to play it risky, you can go up, come back, and open the crystal. Okay. So the route here, you want to go up left here. And then every time you get to a star chip, or to a silver star, you want to backflip over the wall to the right of you. Okay? So I got this one, go over the wall. Get this one, go over the wall. Get this one, go over the wall. Get this one, and I'm done. So yeah, I'll show that one more time. So again, just remember, anytime you get a silver star, you just go over the wall to your right. And you'll get them all. Okay, so again, just like, honestly, getting that isn't that hard, but I don't think I'd risk it at a lower level. So again, backflip over, grab this one, triple jump over, grab this one, backflip over, and then the silver star I'm getting right here is really just right here. So you can spin before the thing even starts moving, and it'll get it. And then the way to get to the star is just getting on top of this wall, long jumping, and that. Okay, so it's time for trials now. So obviously you'd be warped to the front of the observatory. You get a text. You get text that's like, "Hey, the trials are open." Bubble Blast is the green one. So you can play this pretty safe, or you can play it pretty risky. I wouldn't recommend going any riskier. I wouldn't recommend going super risky until you have like sub 550 or so. But I'll show off the risky strats. Try to grab as many stars as you can here. Okay, so I generally like to start with this one, whether I'm going safe or risky. So you want to grab this one. If you're going safe, just keep going to the Sling Star. If you're going risky, what you want to do is you want to go about here, and then you're going to blow Luigi towards the left. Once this laser goes off screen, you're going to ground pound, and then you're going to hit the electric beam over here, and then you're going to spin and you're going to land over here there. It's pretty difficult to do, but it's a really annoying trick. So yeah, that's how you do that, and then you would continue from there. Okay, and then now what you're going to do is you're going to go to this one, and we're going to do the fire damage boost. So you go in front of this fire, wait until it makes noise, and I guess not ground pound there. This trick is like the lava trick is a little bit weird. I don't particularly like it. Bubble Blast in general is just a really annoying galaxy. I think you can do another lava, or you can do another electric fence boost if you want to. It's just a little bit more precise. So when you're doing that one, you want to wait until after like the sound effect kind of goes away, and then press Z, and you'll ground pound and you'll hit the fire, and then you'll go in there. The reason we do that is because it gives us better cycles here. So you can like just kind of slide in there if you're fast enough. On not death cycles, it's a little bit better. But I'll show it one more time. Try to get it one more time. Okay. Don't die, please. So making that cycle there isn't too hard. If you just blow, you'll make it. And then this strat here, there's a strat that Jay goes for where you like ground pound under the fence. It's really weird. I don't like it, so I don't go for it. But it's something you can do. Maybe I'll give it a shot. Do you like go here? Yeah. So I guess like how many of those strats you add is up to you. If you're not under sub 6, I wouldn't add any of them. And then the end part is just how you do it casual. It's like you can't speed it up that much. You just have to go as fast as you can. Without dying, obviously. But yeah, that's Bubble Blast pretty much. Alright, rolling Gizmo. Thing here is that if you're playing as Luigi, you want to talk to Toad. Here, for the Honeyhive L letter. Just because it's a little bit faster. Rolling Gizmo is the orange one. So this level's kind of annoying, but I think this trial, in my opinion, this is better than Bubble Blast. So you can skip the zigzag. It's up to you whether you want to do it. It doesn't save that much time. It doesn't save as much as it looks. Yeah. Like, but it's pretty easy. So then you want to just go on the side and hit the rail from here. Follow the hole. Nice one, bro. So you can like kind of play it risky here if you want to like avoid waiting for the bridge. And then there's a strat here where you can jump. Dude, I'm so bad. You can jump kind of towards the thing. I know that I think Hardcore does it in his record of 120 Mario. But the jump is pretty cringe. The bam. So you can jump like down and to the left. It's just really hard. I know Valu does it. I know the TAS does it of this level. So then, okay, when you're in here, there's this one skip at the end. Try to make sure you're getting as many starbits as you can. You can get trolled by that Goomba pretty easily. If he bounces you and you're not expecting it, you can go flying off. Skip here is you just jump and skip that. It's not super hard. But if you can't get it for some reason, just ride the block. And then just go in. So yeah, that's it for Rolling Gizmo, pretty much. Alright, Loopdeeloop. This one is definitely the easiest of the 3 trials. I'll show off Loop Skip, because that's probably going to be helpful. So, yeah. Yeah, bam, this will be on YouTube. What do I prefer, learning a game for running or just doing runs and improving over time? Personally, I think I like to just improve by doing runs over time. But some people like to learn, and I don't know, it works for them. I think this works for me. But yeah, this is gonna go on YouTube, and no, you can't skip that, because if you do that, you'll miss the checkpoint, a key checkpoint that allows the race to finish. Okay, so loop skip. So there's this flag. You want to jump off after the flag, so like kind of where my 2P cursor is. Not too far up, because otherwise the camera, when you jump up, will like look towards the top, the sky. You don't want that. So you want to jump off like around here, and then kind of the slope has like a downward slope. So you want to like hit it kind of near the middle, so that when he hits the ground, he doesn't bounce up as far. If you don't hit it in the middle, kind of, I'll show you what I mean by that. He'll kind of bounce up super high, and that can make it kind of hard to control. So I jump off here, and then I hit it right around here. So now, instead of bouncing up super high, he just kind of bobs back up to the middle. And there you go. So I'll do another run through of Loopdeeloop. I think a pretty solid time is like a 50. So you maybe even get you can get 49. It's a little bit harder. You just have to take the turns a little bit tighter. So again, like hit the thing there, just for lower bounce up. It's like a 50. Yeah, 50, 66. Pretty good, pretty good. And then to get the star, you can backflip, you can 2P jump like that. Pretty much whatever. Okay. So big mouth. So you're gonna be here. So again, you want to just do the fast movement around the observatory like this. Oh, I guess I should mention when you're going to Gusty Garden purples. You don't want to talk to the Luma twice, so it may be easier to go up top. You do that. You can also, like, when you're doing this movement, you kind of like spin, do something like that. So yeah, let's do big mouth. This one's pretty easy. Okay. You don't really need to watch cutscenes here. You just go in here. And then normally there's starships down there, but you don't need any of them. Just jump wall kick. And then I like to kind of center the camera so that I kind of know where I'm going. And then I can just turn straight around. And fall out of the water. Sometimes you can get screwed over, like the water just won't let you out, but you just kind of go dip on it until it lets you out. And try not to throw the shell from too far away. Because if you do, you might home in on a crab or something. Like that. Like, don't do that. I don't know what the hell that guy's doing. But, yeah, don't play that shell risky, because if you do, you've just lost yourself like 30-45 seconds. But yeah, that's basically it for Big Mouth. I have Luigi. You already have Toad, because you got it in Rolling Gizmo. But if you forget, you can get it here. It's just a little bit faster to get in Rolling Gizmo. The one thing I'll show in Honey, I have Luigi. No, actually, I should mention, when you finish feeding Big Mouth, you want to have about at least 400 star bits. So if you don't have 400, there are a couple of backups that you can get in this star. That'll get you up a little bit higher. Some of the star bits that we got in Honeyhive 1. So you skip the cutscenes, you can get these, you get all these. You can get this stump if you need to. And then if you really need to, you can get this stump. And then Luigi. Honeyhive P too. What do you mean, Hexroot? Alright, Honeyhive purples. This is kind of an annoying one. Not exactly Hexaroot because the stump isn't there. But you can get these if you need to. So this is the route for any of purples. You like long jumping here is kind of weird. It's not really easy to do well. Yeah, the stump that's here in Honeyhive 1 is not here in Honeyhive purples. So you want to get up there, just regular slope climb. So you want to grab these 3. You can, if you're 2P, what you can do is you can get up here. If you're 1P, don't worry about these coins yet. Camera, please. So after you get off of this thing, if you're 2P, you want to get up here, grab these 3. Long jump here. And then you go around here. And then you go up here. Try not to fall off. So now if you're 1P, you're gonna run back over here and get these. If you're 2P, you're just gonna keep going this way. Grab these 2. Grab this one. Come down here, grab these 2. And then if you're 2P, you're gonna grab this one, wall jump. Oops. Grab this one, wall jump, 2P jump. So now you're up here. If you're 1P, I think you can just do something like this. And keep going. Like that. You can grounded 2P jump, or you can just jump spin, ledge hop thing. Right here, you can do like a weird glitchy wall kick, I guess. Like angled wall jump type thing. Like that. You can also just slope climb. Here, let me do this. You can also just run up the. You can also just run up here, I think. So yeah, anyway, you get up here and then grab these 3, long jump, go for a frame perfect ground pound onto that. Get these. Okay, and then this one you want to hold. I think is it hold? I think it's hold A and nunchuck spin. Yeah. So you fall into it, hold A and nunchuck spin, and then you'll grab it. Alright, you go down here. And then you fall in here, and then when you fall down here, you just want to hold neutral, and you'll get all of the purple coins. So now don't take this pipe. We're going to take this pipe later. I'm going to go over here, grab these. You can play that. You can grab this and then do the backflip. If you're like lower level, I wouldn't recommend like messing around with it, because if you die, you're obviously losing like 4 minutes. I would definitely long jump to it though, and then just kind of run back through the honey. Hype. The way I like to get this one is I like to get a wall kick. It's pretty annoying to get a wall kick here. Kind of like that. If you mess it up, you can just back it up like this. And then right here for the end, what I like to do is I like to get on the fence and then I just long jump across. You can do a number of different things to grab this coin. You can like jump and spin. Problem is if a boulder comes by, it's kind of risky. You can also just get this coin first if you want to. But yeah, I think long jumping into it is best. That's the way I like to do it because I think it's the most consistent. Like that. I'll just jump off and do it again. Pretty fast. So yeah, if that happens, just do that. That's fine. So yeah, again, if you're 1P, you come over here. This long jump can be kind of scary, but it's not too bad. So you can do a long jump there, and that going across there. This angled wall kick is a little bit weird. I'm really going for that in runs, but I don't know. Yeah, true Hex. Just use this to get sub 540. Honestly, like, I think if someone followed this really closely, I think they could probably get sub 540 with it. Definitely, like, at least sub 6. Probably even sub 550, like, with relative ease. let me try to get the long jump that I was talking about. So you walk it kind of off of that area. Like, it's gotta be like over here. It can't be like this part because you won't get a wall kick off of it. Like over here where I'm talking about with my 1P remote, and not over here with my 1P remote. But yeah, that's Honeyhive Purples. Definitely a star that a lot of beginners and even intermediate players lose a lot of time to advanced players on. But yeah, Engine 2, that's 110. Almost done. In fact, it becomes even easier because a couple of these stars are, I think 3 of these are any percent repeats. Alright, Seaside Purples. Widely considered to be the most boring star in the game, but not too bad. This one is definitely it's a long one, but if you're playing 2P, you're able to save a lot of time with it. But I'll kind of go through the basics of kind of what you need to do to save time. Flip Ghost. Okay, so get up here and then just do this. So then you want to catch this one as it's going down. So you can just jump back up. You can ground a 2P jump. It could be like this. I try to make sure that every 2P strat has a 1P alternative that's shown. I'm not like I'm trying to add in the 2P strats when they're there, but if they're not, or if they're like, I'm also showing 1P applicable strats. So then if you come down here, you should have 20 when you're here on this thing. And then when you get up here, you come up here, and then you should have 30 when you get finished with this cloud. Okay, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go around these 3, so you get 1, 2, 3, hold down right, and just ground pound down as soon as you fall off the cloud, like that. And now you're down here, so you don't even have to worry about like falling down, making sure you land in the right spot. Just fall off that cloud, hold down right, and just ground pound, and you'll land down here. Okay, this right here is the one spot where 2P saves a ton of time, because you can get all 4 of these purple coins without having to go back again. With 1P, you just can't. With a grounded 2P jump with 2P, you can. So then again, going across this hump, you want to have 48. This is a checkpoint that I use. Make sure I still have all the purples. 48 coming out of here. Some people use 52 after this one. I like to get those going down because I think it's a little bit easier. You can get them. You can start from the bottom and climb back up. It's a little bit faster if you get them, but it's also a little bit harder to get every purple coin. If you're using 2P, you can skip that cloud. Okay, so then here you're going to get these 3. And then you want to get these 2, and then you want to go across the edge here and get over here. I think you can swim. It's a little bit slower, but yeah. So 62. And then you're gonna go get that bee and then come this way. I think some people are starting to do this part without the bee mushroom. I don't know how much time it saves. I don't think it saves that much. Let me not miss that coin. And then just for right here, just go to wherever the cloud is. Right here is kind of in between. So I just went to that side first, and now I gotta make it back to this side. So 74, come in here, and then once you're here, you want to make sure you're above water, obviously, so you don't lose 4 minutes and die. And then swim back. Try to get a surface swim if you can. You can get a good like 100 star bits here if you just shoot all of the little bubbles. Get these 3. I don't know why I just tried to long jump with the bee. So like you shoot these and 5 star bits come out. So if you're low, you definitely want to be getting these. And at this point in your total, you want to be probably run somewhere between 500 and 600. So that's Sea Slide Purples. I'm gonna do a fast run through of it. With all of the 2P stuff. Just know that like if you're playing 1P, it's pretty much the same. You just need to like some of these parts will be a little bit slower. If you're not on death cycles, this cloud will be down when you get there. That's the one cloud that I just jumped off of that you don't want to grounded 2P jump off of. Pretty much on all the other ones I'm going for grounded 2P jumps. I'm gonna shoot these to get service. Nice grounded 2P jump though. So right here, this is the big 2P time save, is getting those 4. So again, like, missing a coin here is pretty bad because you have to go figure out where it is. Make sure you're using your checkpoint numbers. But if you do the route enough times, you know, as much as Sea Slide Purples is pretty boring, if you do the route enough times, A, it'll become kind of fun, and B, you'll miss coins much less frequently. Camera there is pretty awkward. Okay, well, you know what? I'm just not going to show off the rest. You saw the rest already. Don't reset. Okay, Toy Time 2 is the same as any percent. Just make sure you're collecting starbits. Gold Leaf Purples. So you can ground a 2P jump there. That's probably the best option. You can also do that, or you can, you know, actually face the wall and do that. This is a pretty movement intensive star, so like, it's not one that's super important to practice at a low level, but at a high level you're going to be losing a good bit of time if you're not good at this star. Like, if you can do this whole part spinless, you're saving a good bit of time. Like, every time you spin in that section, you're losing like half a second. Which, I mean, may not seem like much, but that's kind of what separates the good from the better, I guess. This is just kind of the basic route. So again, even the Bs have checkpoint numbers. There's like 70s right there. Can you grab this? No, you can't. Yeah, don't try to do that. Really, bro? So yeah, I'll do this one more time. So definitely try to get those starbits there. You can do that long jump there, save a bit of time. almost did. You can do that order. I think that order is a little bit slower though. I think ideally you want to get the middle coin first. Not entirely sure. Okay, so get Gold Leaf P done. Okay, so toy time 3, you want to make sure that you are at a good starbit count. And by good I mean like if you're not above 650 probably, you need to make sure you know that before you go into this level. Because this level nets you about 250, and then the other levels, we have 6 levels left in engine room, net you probably a combined 100. So if you're not above 650, make sure you notice that, and I'll show you what to do here. You can land on this little thing and just long jump. Try to get as many here as you can. This is the last level with like a ton of starbits. Okay, so if you're here, you really don't want to take the spring motion because you're gonna lose like a solid minute. Backflip 2P jump. Or alternatively, if you're 1P, you have to kind of go over here and do this triple jump. It's pretty awkward as Mario, but yeah, just do it. So then keep going. If you're like really high on starbits, like if you're over 800, you definitely don't need this question mark coin. But if you like really need starbits, I would get this question mark coin. And then you want to long jump down right here and try to go on the other side, like over here of this piece of chocolate, white chocolate. Because you like if you land over here, you have to like backflip, spin, wall jump, spin over. But if you land over here, you don't have to do that. You just take the Sling Star. Okay, and now we're over here. So now on this ice cream cone planet, you can skip to one of the poles, or you can just skip all the poles altogether. Sort of like this. Okay. Bro, it's white chocolate, trust me. The bar. Yeah, so you're right over here, and then the thing about these platforms is that you can just skate across them. Like you don't even need to jump. You just skate right across them, and you won't fall and die. So get over here. Just try to get over here as fast as you can. Yeah, the bar, not the cake. Okay, if you don't have 650 starbits, what you want to do is you want to get in this cannon and just shoot off into anywhere that's not the launch star, get all these starbits, and then you'll just die. And do this until you have a good amount of starbits. You want to do this until you would probably be about 150 from having all the star bits you need. So like if I had say 500 and I need, you know, obviously I need to farm with 500, I would want to go until I had 350 in my counter. But yeah, so when you're good, you want to fire into the launch star. Ideally, you won't need to farm at all in Toy Time 3 because the Toy Time 3 farming is not very fast. But this is like this is last resort, but it's not like super last resort. So okay, when you get here, backflip, spin, wall jump, spin, and then you're gonna backflip, spin, but interrupt it pretty quick. Interrupt the backflip pretty quickly. Get on the candle, long jump this way, do this one, and then what you want to do for the rest of these is just do spin cancel jumps, like that, and then grab these. Grab these, grab these, grab these. Okay, so for this fight, the way that the best way to do this is that when you're killing him, you want to make sure that, because he's kind of like a circle, and then there's like the little laser thing that you can see like right there. You want to make sure that wherever you ground pound on him is opposite of where the laser thing is, so that when you get thrown back off, you're on the opposite side of it, because the laser thing makes it really hard to get up back onto him. So like for example, if I ground pound like right here, I'm gonna get flung towards the laser, and now this thing's kind of in my way when I'm trying to get back up. So that makes it really annoying if that's in your way. But I'll do the fight again when that's not in my way, and you'll see how much easier I have it because I'm ground pounding on the opposite side. So also here, after you land, you want a D-pad cancel so you can move, and that's even when you're coming from the launch star. So like here, you just kind of have to make do, and then I go over here, ground pound like back there. So now he has to turn around, and he's not in my way. And then I do the same thing here again, so he has to turn around again. And that makes the fight super easy. So you can do that to get up there. You can also just backflip, backflip, spin, wall jump, spin. You can also just I didn't even know you could just backflip, spin. That's nunchuck spin whole day, by the way. Learn something new every day. Okay. Yes. Well. Okay. So the difference between, so someone in my chat asks, wasn't here, but does it apply for Gold Leaf 3 as well? The difference between this and Gold Leaf 3 is that the star for Gold Leaf 3 spawns on the other side. So, like, instead of spawning in the middle, the star spawns on the opposite side. So, A, you need to be on the other side, and B, because you do the cutscene skip in Gold Leaf 3, it's not relevant, but you could use it to make it a little bit easier, yes. The other thing is that since you're not climbing up to him in Gold Leaf 3, it's not as difficult. Like you don't have to get up super high to hit him. You just get on top of the little planks and then just long jump, as opposed to like having to backflip and get out from underneath. Hopefully that makes sense. What's up, Tibbs? So I'm just gonna show kind of what you do. Again, if you're 1P, you just do the triple jump. Try not to like fall between these chocolate bars. Get these if you need to again. Make sure you long jump off here at a down right angle. And then like if you fall down here, that's perfectly fine. You just get up there and get in the Sling Star. So you can skip all those. I guess I should show, like, if you don't want to skip those because it is a little bit risky, you can just grab the pole. You also just grab the farther pole, or you can just skip them all. The skip's not too hard. You just have to make sure you're not too low. Like if you long jump from any lower than like probably like this texture right here, you're just gonna fall off with that. Or if you long jump like yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, just like that. Gravity there is pretty weird. It's kind of up to you how you get through that section with only 2 lollipops. Okay, so you're here. Oh no, I need more star bits. Time to farm. Off like that. Spawn right back here. Alright, I'm good on star bits now. And go here. So again, with the starbit farming in Toy Time 3, you don't want to do it. Like, optimally you wouldn't do any of it, but you can if, like, as a kind of a last resort. So, again, make sure you're getting all these starbits here. What's up, Tackle Shift? Yeah, it definitely helps to know. Yeah, so kind of like go to the left of him there. And again, as I mentioned before, just kind of make sure you're on the opposite side when you're hitting him. And on this last one, it doesn't matter because he's dead by then. So that's Toy Time 3. Sea Slide Comet's the same as any percent. Toy Time Secret's the same as any percent. Toy Time Purples. Okay, so like, let's say that you totally forgot to look at your starbit count and you're at like 800 and you're like, well shit, what do I do now? Super okay, this is like super last resort. There's like super last resort, and then there's like super last resort. So this is like super last resort. So, okay. What you can do here, if you need starbits, is to get all of these and then just take a death. You get like 32, but it's like if you've noticed by now, like if you notice that you're short, this will get the job. Like, this is definitely not the most efficient way to farm, but is like okay, I guess. Because plus you have to hit you have to like try again every time. Okay. Anyway. This. Okay. Let me just die again. So let's do toy time purples. So there's like kind of a route for this, but if you don't, well, yeah, there's toy time comet, which is like super last resort, and then there's bonefin, which is like super last resort. So okay, toy time purples. What you want to do, you want to get these two, and you want to go like across here. This is kind of a general route to follow by, like, it's not the end of the world because there's more than 100 purples here. You're gonna like just get these. I'm not like great at this star. Yeah, the lesson is watch your starbit count. Like you definitely want to be checking probably as you get through the last, like as you're going through the last 10 levels, all the way up until you have the last 1,000 starbits that you need. You don't want to spawn this starbit there. You don't spawn the star there. That's bad. So this is kind of the route you want to use. You don't want to go too far up that way. You stayed this long just for bonefin? I'm gonna sit here on Toy Time Purples and explain this for another 30 minutes then to you. That was pretty good. So yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to spin there, but that's basically what you want to do there. Okay, so that's Toy Time Purples. Alright, bonefin. This is basically... Yeah, this is like the last really 120 specific level that's like actually kind of hard. Alright, this level sucks. Just gonna put it out there. This level really is a pain in the ass. So like super last resort, those 10 starbits. You insta-walk there, so you don't need to go for frame perfect jump. I personally like to just take off the 2P here because it just doesn't, like, I don't need it. So what you want to do is you want to, when this starts, you want to okay, so I want to ground pound down and then spin and then grab the shell. I don't want to hold A because if I hold A, I'm going to get too far away from the shell to grab it again before the second phase. Yeah. So that's how you do the first phase. You want to make sure you have the second shell. With this, on the next phase, what you want to do is you want to hold up so that you aim towards bonefin and then you throw the shell, and there's going to be a shell kind of in front of you that you want to grab. You kind of got to spin towards it and then grab it and then turn around and throw it at him. Like something like this. So aim down, throw, ground pound, get this one. You can kind of just throw it whenever. Like he has a pretty big hitbox, and if you miss, you just grab that one. Ideally, you'd want to grab that one going into phases 4 and 5, or hits 4 and 5, so that you'd have it to basically just do the same thing again. But like this fight is just really bad. Just kind of throw it and hope it hits. Like he has a pretty big hitbox, so. Yeah, I'll do that a couple more times because this fight is like really hard. This is definitely a fight that a lot of people have trouble with. Like you, yeah. The first hit can be kind of, it's like sometimes you'll just throw the first hit up and it'll just miss for no reason. Like if you're at low air, like it's kind of okay. Oh fuck me. Yeah, don't die. So you just kind of have to. Yeah, good one. You see why we don't like this boss. So just like try to conserve air if you can. I thought it was gonna hit the small dude. I don't think red shells home in on Bonefin though. I try to get a good Bonefin for the video. They do? I'll try it. Where's the nearest fucking red shell? Yeah, it doesn't home in. I don't know, like maybe it was a bad throw and it just didn't work, but it didn't home in. Like, I think it homes in on the little guys, but I don't think it homes in on Bonefin. I think that'd make it too easy. Dude, can you stop pinging everyone? Jesus fucking Christ. What's up, Wobbling? Yeah, so again, right there on that first hit, you don't want to hold A, because if you hold A, he's just going to like swim around kind of uncontrollably, and you can't reliably get back to the shell. That should hit. Sometimes it's better to just take the bubble, so that you don't have to worry about your air. No Hexer. It was in Mario server. Like that was a pretty good bump in. I'll try to get one more good bone fin because like there's not much else that I have to show off. Because after this, I don't have to really do Toy Town Comet or not too much in Sand Spiral. No Weblin, it's different. It's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to something else. But that's also true. Okay, so again, aim down, throw, ground pound, spin, spin, grab the shell, throw, go get air. Well, then I'll explain it, and I'll explain it later after I finish with this. Throw. Don't die. Throw. Oh wow, that hit. Alright, so there you go, that's Bonefin. You want to hold, you want to turn around, it's basically behind the camera. And that's where the star is. Alright, super last resort is Toy Time Comet. There's 4 star bits that you can get and just repeatedly die. There's also star bits in boxes that you can get. I think there's like 10 each. It's not the greatest. It's like very, very horrible place to farm, but if you are really need star bits for Sand Spiral, then farm here. Of course you need 1,000, but yeah, I'm gonna skip that because that's an 80% level. Alright, Sand Spiral. This is the last level, with the exception of Bowser 3 number 2. Which I'll show off a couple of strats there. It's just some various 2P stuff right at the beginning, but that's like pretty much it. Okay, so this is pretty much the same as you would in a casual playthrough. There's a strat called Sam strat here that's kind of risky, but you can go for it. Glad you like it, Weblin. I wouldn't recommend that you go for this. It saves like 2 or 3 seconds, maybe a little bit more. I'll try to show it off. So if you get hit by this boost, so you lose your power up. This won't work. How do you do this again? There's like a strat. Okay, so I don't exactly remember how you do it. Basically, you I don't remember when the timing is. I'm gonna try to get it at least once. It looks okay, so did anybody in my chat remember how to do this or know how to do this strat? Because it's worth showing off, but I'll go for it one more time. Yeah, like this. Okay, so now you're here. And then you just long jump here. It saves like literally like 2 seconds. It's the stupidest strat. Just don't go for it. These cycles are completely different than they would be in a normal run. But yeah, just long jump across. And yeah. Okay. There you go. That's all 120. I'll show off a couple things here. This is obviously a little bit different since you're not on regular cycles. Battery's about to die. So you skip the cutscenes here. And I think most of this is just pretty normal. But these beams are in a little bit different spots. You can do this trick here with a grounded 2P jump out of the beam. It looks sort of like this. I think Sam did it. Like that. And you can just kind of shoot up the wall. I don't exactly know how to save like a whole lot of time with it, but it's something that you can do. Try to do it again. You can get really high with it. But yeah, like that's basically it. Final words. If you have questions, there's a comment section. Ask in the SMG Discord. If you do your first run Definitely do not expect it to be perfect. Do not expect it to be sub 6. I think the best first run I've ever seen was at 6-1x. You're gonna have a shit ton of mistakes. Like you'll definitely lose at least like 30 minutes. Don't get frustrated. It's a long ass run. Don't give up, because if you quit, the more that you quit your early runs, the worse off you're gonna be. Don't go for stupid strats that save a small bit of time. Consistency is more important in a category as long as this one. Yeah. Save after the credits. Yeah, don't forget to save after Bowser 3. Because if you don't save, you will lose your whole run unless you saved before, which you probably didn't. But yeah, I think that's it.